analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Faro.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Ten people have died following an explosion at a petrol station in the Republic of Ireland.
Good morning, 6 o'clock, Sunday the 9th of October. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
And we're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio, online as well. So wherever you are, you can take us with you. Here are the top stories today.
Well, the Irish Premier has paid tribute to the victims of a petrol station explosion in Donegal as the names of some of the 10 people known to have died begin to emerge. Micheál Martin said the unspeakable tragedy had shocked the entire nation.
Vladimir Putin has ordered extra security around the Kerch Bridge in Crimea as limited traffic starts to resume. 3 people were killed in a truck bomb explosion that destroyed parts of the bridge.
The Scottish serial killer Peter Tobin has died after falling ill at the prison where he was serving 3 life sentences. The murderer, rapist and paedophile was said to have been in total denial about his crimes and never admitted his guilt for the killings he carried out. Police also suspect that he was responsible for numerous other murders.
A new picture has been released of one of the Queen's favourite ponies who made a poignant appearance at her funeral. Emma the Fell pony stood at the side of the long walk on the approach to Windsor Castle as the coffin carrying her devoted owner was driven past at her final farewell last month. As ever, of course, you know, if you've got a beautiful picture of a pony, you can send it in. Maybe you've got a beloved pony. You can join in any of our discussions, as you know. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Seems a bit odd they've released a picture of a pony.
That's just what I was going to say.
Because we've not had any other pictures of the pony before the...
No.
It seems a bit strange. Beautiful pony,
It
though.
is, absolutely lovely, yeah.
There you go.
The
Anyway...
Queen would have liked it. But...
yeah. Look, let's crack on with the main news this morning, and tributes are today being paid to the 10 victims now known to have died in a devastating blast at a petrol station in Ireland.
The explosion claimed the lives of 4 men, 3 women, 2 teenagers and a little girl of primary school age.
Well, the search operation at the scene has now concluded, but Irish police believe the explosion was caused by accident, although at this stage they aren't ruling out other causes.
Yes, and Ireland's Premier, Micheál Martin, who visited the site of the explosion, said the entire nation was mourning following the tragedy.
Well, let's get the latest from our Northern Ireland reporter, Doogie Beattie, who's in County Donegal for us this morning. What's the latest, Doogie?
Well, good morning and welcome to a very sombre Creesla. We are on the Wild Atlantic Way, and just to the front of me, about 12 miles up there, is Dunfanaghy. That's the furthest north you can go. And then about 12, 13 miles behind me is Letterkenny, the main population centre of Donegal. And as I was saying yesterday, these villages, the whole way down from there, string right through. And every one of them, there is relations to the village before and the village before that. And every one of these people that were killed in this accident were of local descent. And that becomes, just from grief, then into anger, and questions are now starting to be asked as to what exactly happened here, who was responsible, and what could be done about it. And that is really now starting to show. Last night, Micheál Martin, as you mentioned, the Taoiseach, arrived here, giving his sympathies, and very much a family man himself. He was really, almost trying to embrace the nation and say, look, we understand where you're going, but politicians today and over these next few weeks will have serious questions to answer here, because people do want those answers, and these villages are very parochial, and they will want that off their local leaders and representatives.
It seems to have united the whole island of Ireland over this, doesn't it?
It does, and that's because it is family. Ireland, north and south, is in a lot of ways a very, very modern European island, a very modern European country, but it does hold very strict family values, probably more so than other parts of Europe. I know that might sound a little bit corny in some ways, but they do. You can tell your sisters are your cousins, your second cousins, and especially in places like this, and they do hold very, very firm. Their churches mean a lot to them, and as do athletic associations and stuff that come through there, and because of that, they do want answers. They hold things very much to account. They hold people to account more so than depending on the media. They because there is that family tie the whole way down through, they get their information from each other rather than a phone or watching the television.
OK. Look, Doogie, for now, thank you. I know you're going to keep us up to date with that throughout the course of the morning.
Should we bring you up to date now with the other headlines this morning? 4 cabinet ministers urge Conservative colleagues to stand behind Liz Truss as the Prime Minister tries to steady the Tory ship. The 4 ministers are Suella Braverman, Nadhim Zahawi, Penny Mordaunt and Ranil Joinedana. I'm not sure I've said that right. And they call for the party to unite.
Barristers are voting on whether to end strike action after getting a pay offer from the government. They offer further reforms to government set fees for legal aid advocacy work and apparently an investment of £54 million in the criminal bar and solicitors, according to the Ministry of Justice. The vote closes on that offer tonight.
Serial killer Peter Tobin's ex-wife says she's glad he's dead. Cathy Wilson told the Sunday Mirror he was a monster, and there is a feeling of relief now that he is dead. Tobin died yesterday and was serving 3 life sentences for rape and murder of 3 young girls.
The former Trade Minister says he's looking forward to clearing his name following allegations of inappropriate behaviour. Conor Burns was sacked from the government after a complaint of serious misconduct last week. He's reiterated he'll fully cooperate with the investigation and he's committed to public services.
7 minutes past 6 already. Russian authorities say they've partially reopened the only road and rail bridge to Crimea after a truck explosion led to part of this Kerch road bridge falling into the sea.
Now, reports suggest at least 3 people were killed in the explosion, which is a key supply route, the only supply route really for the Kremlin's invasion of Ukraine. It's the only link to Crimea from mainland Russia. The Russian President Vladimir Putin has now ordered tighter security on the bridge.
No wonder. Let's talk now to the chief foreign reporter for the Mail Online, Chris Pleasance, who's joined us in the studio. Morning.
Good morning.
This wasn't just a sort of supply route. This was a pride of place. It was a matter of great, intense pride to Vladimir Putin.
Yes, indeed. And in actual fact, I think that is probably the more immediate sort of ramification of this attack. As you just said, the bridge, at least the Russians claim the bridge has partially reopened. It is a key supply route to its front lines in southern Ukraine and Crimea. But more than that, this was a symbol, a permanent symbol of Vladimir Putin's annexation of the peninsula, which he carried out in 2014 during the last invasion. It was a project that he had invested a lot of personal capital in, and it was an enduring symbol of Russia's claim.
And wasn't he the first to actually drive over it once it was
Yes, he was. It was in 2018, I think. He was in the first truck that drove across the bridge, having spent billions of pounds and years building this thing. There was a lot of personal pride wrapped up in it, and so any destruction to the bridge and damage to the bridge will be seen as damage to Putin's personal reputation, as well as affecting Russia's military operations.
Are we any clearer as to what actually happened? Because we seem to be getting different stories.
So the Russians say, Russian investigators they've taken a look at the bridge, and they say what happened was that a truck full of explosives drove onto the bridge, I think from the Russian side, and exploded partway down and dropped the roadway into the ocean. There are also suggestions that boat drones or other kind of drones may have been involved. The short answer is no. We don't know exactly how this happened. And if, indeed, as is suspected, this was the Ukrainian Special Services that did this, I would say it's highly likely that we won't know for some time what happened.
Because we were just saying, if it was a truck bomb, then whoever was driving the truck presumably blew themselves up.
Yeah, well, we know 3 people are dead in this explosion, and they are believed to be the driver of the truck and 2 people in a car that was overtaking at the time. Your viewers may have seen the CCTV. They were sort of heading for a section of the bridge before it blew up. We're not entirely clear. I mean, Russian propagandist channels have called this a suicide bombing. We're not entirely clear whether the truck driver knew what he was carrying. Certainly, if it came from the Russian side, there is every possibility that he wouldn't have done. So I think in terms of actual method, there's a lot that we still have to learn and a lot that we probably won't learn for a long time.
Has President Zelensky said anything?
President Zelensky hasn't directly said anything, but he made quite a cheeky post overnight in which he talked about the weather in Crimea being rather cloudy yesterday. Now, I don't think there's a way to read that other than him mocking the clouds of smoke that we saw billowing from the bridge yesterday morning.
I mean, it begs the question, what do we see in retaliation, sort of direct retaliation for this, because it is seen as such a personal attack by Putin?
Indeed. And I mean, at the moment, that's what we're waiting for now. Putin convened a meeting of his security cabinet yesterday. He ordered increased security around the bridge. I think there's been missile attacks on a Ukrainian city this morning that may have killed 17 people. I would be surprised if that were it. This is so important to Putin and so important to the image of himself he generates that, you know, I think the fears that Putin may go nuclear in Ukraine, whilst I'm not saying that that will happen in response to this, they will have ramped up significantly following this attack.
But it's interesting, isn't it? Because this seems to be a pretty clear sign. I mean, the Ukrainian army has done well in what it's been doing since February. This seems to be the next level. It's taking the fight to Russia.
Certainly. Well, I mean, there was always a question. Ukraine's stated aim initially in the war was simply to survive. Then it was to push the Russians back. Then they started saying, well, what we really want to do is take back all of the territory Russia occupies, including the bits that Putin annexed in 2014, that being Crimea and bits of the Donbass. What we didn't know is whether or not they had the ability to go out and do that. What this strike shows, I don't think it proves it conclusively, but what it shows is certainly that Crimea is very much on their mind. And that they have capacity to strike deep into Crimea. And I think that's the other point that's worth making. This bridge is located 100+ miles from the nearest front line. It is not an easy thing to get to. Russia controls all the waters around it and the land on both sides. For Ukraine to have got this deep, if indeed Ukraine were the ones that carried out this attack, for them to have got this deep and carried out this attack, it's really worrying if you're a Russian commander.
It's also an amazingly, brilliantly effective way of reminding the rest of the world that actually it's not just about Ukraine. You know, Crimea happened and we've sort of let it happen. if we let Ukraine happen. It's just a way of focusing the rest of the world on the bigger picture.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Ukraine needed to respond after Vladimir Putin last week annexed those 4 regions and gave a barnstorming speech on TV decrying the West and Ukraine's allies. All of the focus was back on Russia, and Putin was clearly trying to regain momentum that he felt he had lost. And this swaps it all back to the Ukrainian side. I mean, it comes off of the back of a week of advances.
And isn't it Putin's birthday?
It was Putin's birthday on Friday, I believe it was. So the attack came mere hours after he had celebrated his 70th, I believe it was. So, yeah, there was certainly mocking memes yesterday, putting it up as a birthday present to Putin. I think it was an advisor to Zelensky put a meme online of the bridge burning along with Marilyn Monroe singing Happy Birthday, Mr. President.
That's it, yes. My goodness.
Chris, really good to see you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, do stay with us. We've got lots more to talk about, including why our cars are getting so big. Your car isn't particularly huge, is it? Mine's enormous. Don't like it. It's too big. Yeah.
Oh, mine's big-ish.
But have you noticed that cars are becoming enormous? We're going very American, aren't we? Is that the right way to go? Do stay with us. We'll discuss.
Let's have a look at the weather for you. In the UK's mainly dry for England and Wales, wet and windy for Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Well, the southwest will be dry throughout today, although skies will become increasingly hazy as the day progresses. It'll be increasingly breezy too, with highs around 15 to 17.
Best of the sunshine today found across southeast England and East Anglia. Highs of about 19 Celsius, but they will be tempered somewhat by that breeze.
After a bright start across Wales, it'll turn increasingly cloudy, but remaining dry until around dusk. Winds will be strengthening, with highs of 17.
Now, the Midlands today, pretty dry until after dark. Best of the sunshine during the first half of the day. Those southwesterly winds will pick up, with highs reaching the mid-teens.
Northern England will start the day dry and bright, but rain will begin to push in from the northwest throughout the afternoon. Highs will reach about 14, but will feel cool in the wind.
Now, it's going to be rather wet and windy for Scotland. Gales possible in the north this morning. Skies likely to brighten in the west later. Top temperatures of about 14 Celsius.
The wet and windy weather will also dominate in Northern Ireland for much of the day, but drier and brighter weather will likely return late on in the afternoon.
So that band of rain continuing to move south as we head into the evening, with blustery showers following. And that's how your weather's looking today.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christie's. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by 2 of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
It is 6:17. Good morning to you. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Do you know, it's nice to have you with us this morning. Those of you who are up bright and early on a Sunday morning.
Yes. What are you doing up so early in the morning?
I'm glad you are.
I want to know what you're doing. Why as well, yes. Or maybe you're just, sitting in bed with a nice cup of tea.
You're slowly
That's the way
coming
to do it.
round.
That's what I'd like to be doing right now.
Well, it's nearly
Sitting in
like
bed
that.
watching us with a nice cup of tea. That would go down a treat.
OK.
Now, we were just discussing cars.
Big cars.
Yeah, because apparently they are getting bigger and bigger, and I know I'm sort of part of the problem in that there's one car I've always particularly wanted. It's a hybrid, and it's a SUV, and so I went for it. It's so big, it's like driving a lorry. I mean, it's enormous. I don't need a car that big. I don't know what I'm doing.
About it, though. But anyway, they're getting so big and so heavy, including electric cars, because the batteries in those are very, very heavy. That drivers are apparently verging on needing an HGV licence to legally drive
I do
them.
see some huge ones. Owners of the heaviest cars today could actually be breaking the law and exceed the legal limit for a standard driving licence.
Sounds extraordinary, doesn't it? Well, let's talk to one man who knows all about this. It's Editor-in-Chief of Auto Express, Steve Fowler. Great to see you, Steve. What is going on? Why are the cars getting so big and heavy?
As you said, well, there's a number of things. Firstly, the electrification race. You'll find that a lot of the heaviest cars on the list are electrified in some way. They're either plug-in hybrids, which means you've got an engine and batteries, two heavy things to carry around with you, or fully electric with a big set of batteries, which is really heavy. Then on top of that, people seem to like their bigger cars. I hear what you're saying, Anne, and finding your car a little bit large sometimes, but people do like these large SUVs and even smaller SUVs as well. People do really, really like the driving experience. You're sitting up high, aren't you? I always say SUVs are sports cars for people who can't have sports cars anymore. So they give that sort of image. But then there's all the technology that legislators demand that we have in our cars, whether it's side airbags, front airbags, roof airbags, all these sort of things, plus the climate control, the screens that we want, the air conditioning, all these things add weight. And to say a lot of it is legislators saying the cars need to be safer. They need to have this technology on. The more stuff you put in the cars, the heavier they get. But what I would say is don't get size confused, because in many cases SUVs, they don't actually take up that much more space on the road than something like a traditional estate car, say. So we've always had bigger cars, but the problem is that the parking spaces, is it me or do they seem to be getting smaller?
Well, that's exactly another thing, yes, because you've got to park them somewhere, haven't you? And one of the reasons that I bought a very large car was because at the time, a couple of years ago, I was doing one heck of a lot of driving, lots and lots of miles, and I felt I would be safer in a bigger car. Do you think that maybe is also a reason that we're following that trend? People are driving more again.
Yeah, I think so, definitely. We're seeing the roads get a lot busier. And also, the bigger cars, there's a couple of things there. My wife always says to me that space equals luxury. And if you've got a bit of space around you, you do feel a little bit more luxurious, don't you? But also, a lot of people find bigger cars easier. We have families, we have dogs, we have other things to carry around. And the thing about SUVs, they just make life easy. Now, there are times when I commute into central London and I'm the only person sitting in an SUV, and I kind of look around and I feel a little bit guilty. But then at weekends, the car is doing a different job. These really are what we used to call MPVs, the real multi-purpose vehicles. We do everything with them. We put the family in them. I've got 3 kids, and 3 kids in the back need a fair bit of space. So, the flexibility of cars, and we can't all afford to have 2 cars, 1 car for the weekend to ferry the family around and a little thing to go commuting in. Maybe that's part of our future if we could afford it. So, we do like these cars, and it's consumer choice too.
I don't know how it works with electric vehicles, but certainly with petrol and diesel, of course, the heavier the car, the more fuel you're consuming. I mean, what are manufacturers doing? Because there are plenty of very strong but very lightweight materials out there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Weight is the enemy of efficiency, as I say myself as I haul myself out of the chair every evening. The manufacturers are doing an awful lot of work on making their cars more efficient on what they call lightweighting, using lightweight materials. Increasingly, customers are asking that manufacturers are delivering sustainable materials, and sometimes that might either come with a weight penalty or it might help lightweighting. But even little things. I remember going on a launch of a Mazda once, and they were telling us how how they were desperately trying to save weight, and they were drilling holes in the accelerator pedal. So if there's less metal there, then there's less weight. So yeah, you're absolutely right that if your car weighs less, in the same way that if you weigh less, then you're going to be using less energy to move around, and that's an important part of what engineers in the automotive industry are doing, looking for new technologies, looking for new materials, and drilling holes in things where you don't need all the metal.
So if you have bought a big car because you like big, for all of the reasons that you've just outlined, is there a real danger then that maybe you need an HGV licence?
Yeah, I think this report is scaremongering a little bit because, as I understand it, some of the heavier cars, I think the heaviest car on the list is the BMW XM, which is a real sort of high-performance plug-in hybrid SUV. Now, apparently you need to have 5 people in that car, all who are 120 kilograms or over. That's bigger than I am. That's like having 5 Anthony Joshuas in the car or something like that. It ain't going to be particularly comfortable in there, as well as something like a couple of St. Bernard dogs in the back. So you're going to have to really, really load up your car to get anywhere near that maximum figure. So, I think we are a little bit away. But what the point of this report is highlighting exactly what we discussed, that cars are getting heavier. It will change as the technology changes. The batteries, I think, of electric cars are one of the biggest problems, and we are seeing battery technology changing. We're going to be moving from the current type of batteries to solid-state batteries, much more efficient, much lighter, much easier to package. So I suspect the car industry will have the answer to this before we all have to go off taking our HGV licenses.
I'm sure. Steve, really good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. I love Steve Fowler,
he knows everything about cars.
Those people who know everything you need to know, he's one of them. Love him, brilliant.
Oh, a few minutes ago we were asking what you're doing up so early. And John says, don't know where you are, John. John says, good morning to you both. I'm already out and about with my horse this morning.
Oh, very nice. Send a picture, John.
Yeah.
Lee says, Stephen and Anne, good morning to you. I've got a question. Do you think GB News should do a breakfast roadshow live around the UK, maybe a different location each weekend? I think it would be brilliant to see you around the UK, meeting the people that make GB News what it is. Couldn't agree more.
Absolutely.
Not every weekend, because that would be slightly awkward.
But we do have plans to try and get out and about.
We do.
We're working on it, put it that way.
Stuff is underway, let me tell you, because we want to get out and about and meet you at a weekend.
Lee says, hello, and a very good morning to you both. Thank you very much. Hello, Lee. Today's porridge day. I promised all of our 6 children they can have a lovely big bowl of warm porridge with toppings on Sunday morning. I wonder what you both have on your porridge. My favourite is banana and raspberries.
Oh,
because at this time yesterday we were talking porridge.
We were talking porridge, and actually, Lisa Williams, who we interviewed yesterday, who won the Golden Spurtle for the best porridge in the country in 2019, and it was a competition again yesterday. She won it again. She retained her title.
Porridge must be jolly good.
And it's made with water and salt, and that's it.
And she promised she'd come into the studio and cook it for us, didn't she? I think we'll have to keep it at that, because clearly if she's won 2 years running, she must be jolly good.
She's very good porridge. No milk in it, isn't that funny? I do mix milk and water. I've never done it with just water.
But the one we had yesterday was just water, wasn't it?
But it was an instant porridge.
Which means it's probably got
it's got milk
stuff
bits
in it.
Yeah. So
it wasn't particularly wonderful, that one.
It's not as good as porridge.
But Liz's, was it Liz?
Lisa.
Her porridge must be good. I mean, clearly there must be something to it. But banana on top would cheer it up for me, I think.
I did once have, and it was it Christine Hamilton who told me? It may well have been Marmite. Marmite.
Oh, no, she would, wouldn't she?
Porridge and Marmite, and I love Marmite.
Oh, yuck.
But it didn't work for me.
No, oh, well, there you go.
It's just a little bit too bitter in the porridge.
Yes,
so
I can see that it would give it a bit of zuzz,
but it didn't work for me, and I like Marmite. But I don't know if you've ever tried it, get in touch.
What do you have on your porridge?
gbviews@gbnews.uk. Look, we've got much more to come for you this morning, including all the papers in a few minutes as well, so don't go anywhere.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
"6:29, good morning to you. Watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Now, I know that probably if you are in bed having a nice cup of tea, you can spread all the Sunday papers out in front of you. Or get down on the floor. That's the only way to read them, really, isn't it? Shall we have a look at the front pages? The Times focuses on the bridge blast that has opened up Crimea. It says the landmark funded by the Kremlin gives Ukraine hope that it can retake the occupied peninsula.
The Observer leads with that bridge, saying Putin has been dealt a bitter blow.
And this is one interesting headline. Sadistic Gove told, stop plots or let in Starmer. Who would have thought Michael Gove was sadistic? But the paper seems to think so.
Sunday Express has heads down and charge attempts for the PM to revive the economy.
Truss tells MPs to unite or face disaster. That's according to the Sunday Telegraph, as MPs prepare to return to Parliament this week.
For the Sunday Mirror, Peter Tobin's ex-wife gives an exclusive interview to them as the serial killer takes secrets of any extra victims, any other victims he may have had, to his grave.
And let's look at the Sun on Sunday. Spoken to the ex-girlfriend of former Strictly dancer AJ Pritchard, telling the paper she's devastated that he's found love elsewhere.
Oh, dear. What becomes of the broken-hearted?
Well, Strictly gives a headline every week, doesn't it?
I know.
At least one.
Let's go through the papers now. Joining us, the author and journalist Susan Holder and former special advisor to Boris Johnson, Jack Sellers. Good morning to you both.
Morning.
Nice to see you. Susan, let's start with the Mail on Sunday, should we? And Michael Gove and the Prime Minister.
Yes, so as you just read out, he has been dubbed a sadist, apparently by somebody briefing for the Prime Minister, because it's just what we want to find out about. It's just what we want to hear, that they're all infighting and they're all falling out. And apparently just before the Tory conference, she had Michael Gove in for tea, which people thought was a weird thing to spend her time on, but that's what she decided to do. But now they're all stabbing each other in the back. How joyous it is to find out that that is what's going on, that that's a priority, and it's apparently all going to be Gove's fault if Labour get in.
So why are they calling him sadistic?
Well, who knows? That's just the word that they're using.
Just because he's briefing or he's plotting.
Yes, there's plots afoot, and that I presume that is politics. Everyone's kind of manoeuvring and trying to get into position, but somebody has now dubbed him, and it makes a good headline, which presumably the person who briefed knew that it would. I'm sorry to be so cynical. It's very early in the morning to be so cynical. But I'm a bit fed up, really, of hearing about all this, because this isn't what they should be concentrating on. This isn't something that even should be the top story. We need to know what they're going to be doing about what needs to be done and who's doing what. And to kind of make it all about the infighting in the Tory party, again, has nobody learned anything?
They don't. I mean, this is the issue, Jem. I mean, the Sunday Telegraph's got something sort of similar in a sense. You know, this warning from the PM that, you know, people need to back her or it's all going to fall apart. Yeah. But it is everyone with an ounce of common sense says, well, you just need to get on with it now.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. But, sorry, I don't come with any better news. But, you know, the Sunday Telegraph, as you've alluded to, comes with the headline, Truss tells MPs, unite or face disaster. But this is a common theme across all the Sunday papers. This is not unusual for a government, you know, to sort of get ahead of the week. But, yeah, Tory infighting is the story of the day. It's actually the quite remarkable thing, not just from the Telegraph, going across the other papers, is that Number 10 and the government and the party itself has actually gone on a mass sort of agenda, really, to sort of get the party all united. So, yeah, in the Telegraph, we've got this headline about Number 10, how Truss is going to try and promote that this week. We've got a opinion piece from Penny Mordaunt, who's in the government in there, in the Sun.
Who was critical of some of Liz Truss's stuff only a few days ago.
So this is the interesting thing. So we've got Penny Mordaunt in the Telegraph, who's doing a piece saying that the government needs to unite and the party needs to unite. We've got Suella Braverman in the Sun. We've got the Environment Secretary in the Express. We've got Nadeem Zahawi in the Mail on Sunday. What's interesting is that actually, yeah, two of these people, as you say, were being Suella and Penny Mordaunt, were two of the government members themselves who only in the last week, 10 days, were part of the briefing against each other. I don't know how much hope Liz Truss has got of uniting the party if she can't even unite her own cabinet.
If she couldn't do it during conference, which is, that's the vehicle, actually, for uniting the party, then it seems a bit pathetic that they're still trying to work at uniting the party now, weeks after the conference.
No, and they're also looking to displace blame, so that if anything goes wrong, or we're not even anywhere near an election anyway, but they're already saying, well, if we lose, it's not because of our policies, it's not because we haven't done anything right, it's because of all these people plotting again, which is absolute rubbish. Because obviously, if they're going to lose the election, they'll lose the election because they haven't done what people who vote want them to do.
Mind you, are we being a little bit preemptive? Because where's that email? Oh, Joan. Morning, Joan. Says 2025 is a long time away.
A week is a long time in politics.
Lots could happen before we get to vote in a general election.
Absolutely.
And she's right. Well, it'd be 2024 at the latest, won't it? But I mean, you get your point.
We'll have had 3 more prime ministers by then.
Oh, don't.
The remarkable thing about this week coming, and the newspaper sort of alludes to this, is what we all forget is that this week coming is actually only going to be the second cabinet meeting that Liz Truss has held with her cabinet, and the second Prime Minister's questions against Keir Starmer. Given all that's happened in the last month, you feel like this has been going on for a year. But yeah, this is only going to be the second time she's been in Parliament in front of Keir Starmer, second time her cabinet have come together, and she's got a big job of getting them all together, uniting them.
Oh, dear me.
Well, good luck with that.
Well, yeah, honestly.
Well, that's the trouble, isn't it? You get exhausted by it, don't you? And it's not a good look.
No.
I mean, if there were a general election, it's just not a good look. Who wants to vote for a party that seems to be so much about infighting at the moment?
I know.
Sort themselves out. Susan, to the Sunday Mirror, Peter Tobin is dead.
He is.
Can't shed a tear.
No, and certainly the person not shedding a tear is his wife or ex-wife, who said he was a monster, and yes, she obviously doesn't feel anything about the fact that he's dead other than relief, I think. But again, with serial killers, I always think we shouldn't name them too many times because they would like that. And I think people's names that we should perhaps say out loud are the 2 people that we know he murdered. And there's many people that they think he once apparently boasted of killing up to 48 women.
48?
I didn't know that.
Which is shocking, chilling, and horrific. But this is what that's what apparently he boasted. That doesn't mean he did, but there are lots of unsolved murders that they would like to put at his door. And obviously that's the bad thing about him being dead, is that he's gone to his grave with secrets.
Yes, but he was never going to tell anyone,
was he? No, he wasn't, but he has gone with those. But the people that we do know, he was serving a life sentence for raping and murdering a Polish student, Angelika Kluk, and also a 15-year-old schoolgirl who murdered, called Vicky Hamilton. And I always think, with these sort of cases, it's the women's names that should be mentioned, and we shouldn't ever mention his name particularly.
I quite agree.
No, I mean, it's just awful. These sort of very evil people.
It would appear so,
and
yeah.
you know, there's a lot he's got away with.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Yeah.
Which doesn't help those families involved who are still missing their.
By the sound of it, not that I stick it out there to be any comfort to anyone, but by the sound of it, he had a pretty grim, dismal death. He was in pain and suffering.
Well, there you go.
Might make some people feel better about it, I guess.
Jack, to the Sunday Express. There's been all this controversy around Conor Burns, the MP, of course, and now the information has come out that the person who's complained about him, which has led to him losing his job in government and having the whip withdrawn, wasn't the person who was involved in this, whatever was going on, but someone who spotted him with his hand on somebody's knee.
Yeah, this is
obviously highly controversial.
Going back to our previous conversation, there's no end, unfortunately, at the moment to the issues within the party, which I had worked in myself. But so this story alludes to, as you say, Conor Burns, who during party conference apparently was seen in a bar drunk, allegedly with his hand on the thigh of a young male. That's what the story reads. What's interesting in an unusual way, if you put it this way, is that the reason he's been suspended, according to all the reports, is actually that it wasn't the person who he had his hand on the leg with who made the complaints. It was a third-party viewer. So that's quite unusual in itself, in the sense that...
Is having your hand... I mean, look, I'm not trying to preempt any of this, but is having your hand on someone's thigh in a bar a serious offence, which is how this has been done?
Not if they haven't complained about it.
That's the unusual thing about this. Well, preempting anything in this, because the person involved, they could be, but until they come forward and put their side of the case across, you don't know. I'm not sure how someone who's sitting on the other side of the room can say that that's not legit or that's not appropriate.
Yeah, but it's also maybe the terminology. It's just the phraseology we're using, or that they've told us.
Yeah.
It may have been more than that. It may have been much more than that.
But going back to the Mel B sort of intervention, which again is really interesting.
That's interesting, because Mel B, she's former Spice Girl.
And
she was at the Tory party conference as part of one of her campaigns.
Yes.
And she tweeted, after Conor Burns tweeted, hey, I've been, I've had to resign, or I've been sacked. She then tweeted, oh yeah, and what? And he said in his tweet that he didn't know what he was being alleged to have done.
Yes.
And Mel B, tweeted, oh yes, is that right? Because can't you remember what you said to me in the lift?
Yeah, so really you're shocked about this complaint. Let me remind you of what you said to me in the lift. Yeah. But we were talking about this just before.
And then she doesn't remind him.
Yeah, but the thing is...
Mel she doesn't tell any of us.
This is a bit disingenuous, really, in many ways, because Mel B has obviously weighed in, very high-profile person, was obviously going to get huge storylines off the back of this, and now that she's been probed further on, what was this? You have to sort of come forward with a bit more information. Apparently, her spokesperson has said that she's not going to be commenting further. So there's a lot of the pot stirring here.
And Conor Burns is saying he's never met her.
Yeah, well, Conor Burns saying he's never met her.
He believes he's never met her.
Wow.
Yeah, but either way, look, regardless, at the moment, innocent until proven guilty, or massive thing in our country. Really, it's a bit unfair to come in so high profile to
and then explain
to slander his name without following up on the back of it. But this could be one to roll out in the coming days.
But you see, the problem is with all of this, and again, we're not saying whether he's done anything wrong or not, because we just don't know. We haven't got enough detail. But the Sunday Express this morning, and they've got the Mel B thing on the front. But their little headline is, what did shamed Tory MP say to Spice Girl Mel B in the lift? Well, shamed, but that's the reality of it, isn't it? He has been shamed, but he may not have actually done anything wrong.
Yeah.
And also, to be fair to Mel B, she was at the Tory party conference, as far as I understand it, to talk about her campaigning about domestic abuse, which is not mentioned in these articles, which is a real shame, because it would have been great if she was able to kind of talk about that a bit more and get more attention for that, because it's a very worthy cause that she is doing a lot of good work on. But that isn't now what she's got the headlines for. It's this, which may not have been her intention, but that's what's happened. And I think that's a real shame.
I just wish people would think before they tweet as well.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, on both sides, on all sides. It's tweets that very often set off these hairs running, and they takes on a life of its own.
Well, we know as journalists that what you put out there, you have to be very careful about what you say, and that you have to check your sources, and you have to be as accurate as you can, and you can't just go... But people who use social media now, Twitter, Facebook, anything else, don't understand that they're publishing, that actually what they're saying is they're as they should be and they need to be as responsible as any publishing house. It's not like saying to somebody in a pub, and that's what they think it is, but it isn't. What we all say behind closed doors to our friends, whatever, is one thing, and what you put out there is another. And once you've done that, you have to take responsibility for it. And if you don't, I mean, I think people are threatened now with various things. And I think they perhaps should. They should actually start bringing charges against people who do that because it is so damaging and dangerous.
Well, the Tory party will, whilst investigating Conor Burns anyway, are going to have to speak to her, aren't they?
Yeah, of course they're going to have to follow up on these comments. But, yeah, no, I completely agree. And you know, it's very rare that people come to the sort of defence of politicians in this instance, but politicians have become a bit of an easy attack. And it becomes damaging for the party if the party isn't seen to, you know, take immediate action and very high-profile action, you know, to suspend them and sack them and all this sort of stuff. But, you know, at the heart of this, you know, and at the moment I'm treating it innocent until proven guilty, these are people, they have careers. You know, we've got to give them time and the space and the freedom for the process to do its due course, to find out the real outcomes for both the person who's been accused and for the potential victims.
Really good point. And it's not just politicians; it's actually anybody in the public eye could be attacked by somebody else, and then you have this culture of there's no smoke without fire about anybody, and that's so dangerous. And like you say, you've just used the phrase, and it's used very little now in society: innocent till proven guilty, and that is the law.
Look at that headline: shamed Tory MP.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not shamed at the moment. It's under investigation.
He probably feels it, whether he did anything or not.
Well, yes, he must feel that he is being shamed without proper process, as you said.
And this is something which I think the media and stuff are actually attaching this a lot more to the Conservative Party because of we had the roll-in sort of situation with Chris Pincher and Neil Parish, you know, who notoriously watched the tractor situation in Parliament, you know, but media and opposition parties and others have all sort of attached this to the Conservative Party. But it's a difficult one. The media have sort of got to do their job here and sort of got to take due diligence and care for the individuals involved.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Which we have tried to do today.
We have indeed, we have indeed. Let's have a look at the Sunday Times, Susan, and this bridge, this crucial infrastructure, actually, between the Russian mainland and Crimea, which, of course, they annexed in 2014, much to the silence of the rest of the world, pretty much. And now this explosion, bomb, whatever it was, which has obviously been a huge blow to Putin.
The problem, it is a blow to Putin, and it does seem to be, you know, a big event that has happened. But we actually don't know quite what's gone on, who's at the bottom of it. Ukraine haven't, it seems,
explicitly.
But I mean, I do worry about all of this. Obviously, in the taxi coming in this morning, I said, I'm going on GB News and we're going to be talking about things in the newspapers. What's the one thing that you know, worries you the most, or you've got on your... I know there's a lot to choose from, but what would you say? And he said, the war.
That's
the war. And I just thought, yes. And I do think, again, we have such a responsibility that we talk about all the things that are happening, and the words nuclear war and Armageddon are being thrown about, and it's so scary for people. And yet we don't actually... is there 4 people in the world that know what's going on? And unfortunately, it's not us 4.
Well, and Jack, very quickly, you were looking at the Telegraph about the Putin preparing to sort of step up his assault on Ukraine as a retaliation.
Yeah, this is quite unusual, actually, and this attaches to those comments. So the headline is Putin plots revenge after bridge explosion. It talks about how he's preparing to step up his assault after the explosion on the bridge, which we're talking about. But it's interesting because Ukraine are not claiming credit for this, even though there was a lot of,
enjoying it.
Yeah, social media sort of, enjoying the moment sort of thing. But Russia themselves have only actually blamed it on a lorry explosion. They haven't said that was the result of Ukraine. So
but they wouldn't want to admit to weakness.
Of course they wouldn't want to admit to it. But I completely agree in terms of the hyperbole around this, in terms of, the second paragraph of this story says the Kremlin previously warned any attack on the Kerch Strait would be a red line and trigger Judgment Day. I mean, this is very serious language, very worrying language for the public. And I agree, there's only going to be a handful of people in the world who actually know what went on here, whether there was some sort of dark arts at play, whether it was just a lorry explosion or whatever. I doubt that's the case. But I do think the media, again, going back to media responsibility, they have a job here to sort of play this straight. It's very interesting to see, you know, Elon Musk sort of riding into this argument in the past few weeks. We won't get into that. That's a longer story. But, you know, there are people out there who recognise that the stakes are very high with what we're talking about.
But we keep talking about this, but at the same time, and I don't want to give Putin any ideas, I'm sure he's got loads of his own, but I just keep thinking, I don't know why everyone's worried about nuclear war in a way, because if it's going to happen, there really is no point of worrying about it. But at the same time, he doesn't even need to do that, does he? If he just switched our internet off, the whole country would come to a complete standstill. And I'm sure he's thought of that. And I mean, we are so beholden to everything now. You can't buy things in shops with cash. You can't do anything without... I couldn't get here today without using an app to try and kind of... You know, it's just... Honestly, we are so silly that we've got ourselves in a situation where nothing functions without the internet and computers and everything else. And I just think any disruption in that service and nobody knows what to do. No. And that frightens me actually more than nuclear war, because I think I see that actually happening to me around right now.
Yeah, that does need to be looked at. Look, Susan, thank you very much indeed. Jack, congratulations on being the first person in the history of these newspaper reviews to use the word hyperbole.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think.
We should
We'll try and
celebrate.
get a good word in next time.
Can you get a really good word?
It's all before 7 a.m, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very impressive, if you don't mind me saying.
It's no journalistic exercise, though, that when I was training to be a newspaper reporter, you'd be given a really, really difficult word and it was your job to get it in.
Do you never do that?
copy.
Do you never ask people to kind of text in and then see if you can get the word in? You should try that. That's a little game.
Be very careful to get an old dictionary out.
I used to do that. You always squeeze it into a weather forecast.
Yes.
That's what I used to do. Somehow.
Well, watch out for it then.
Yeah. Let's bring you up to date with what's going on today at 6:48.
200,000 more children would be pushed into poverty if benefits rise in line with wages rather than inflation. That's according to the latest analysis. The research is done by the Child Poverty Action Group and is based on earnings rising by around 5% and inflation going up at roughly 10%. The Prime Minister and Chancellor haven't ruled out taking a different course.
More than 1,300 people with a football banning order won't be allowed to travel while the World Cup is on. Fans in England and Wales will have to give their passports to police in an effort to help curb violence and abuse at the tournament in Qatar. The Home Office says those who try to travel could face 6 months in prison and a fine.
A Royal Navy frigate has seized over £15 million worth of drugs from the Arabian Sea. The HMS Montrose's crew found over £1,900 of crystal meth in a secret compartment. The Royal warship has been based in the Middle East since 2019 and has seized drugs worth nearly £47 million this year.
Now, it's a day for everything these days. It was sort of porridge day yesterday. Today, it's International Astronomy Day.
Actually, a good day for it as well, because I noticed it full moon, I think it was this morning.
Was it?
Yeah, absolutely sensational. Planetariums, museums, observatories across the world will celebrate through workshops, public viewing sessions and, of course, a lot of stargazing.
Yes, but why should we pay more attention to astronomy, do you think?
Fascinating, that's why.
Well, it is. The answers are out there. Let's talk to space expert Andy Lound. Andy, it's really good to see you once again. Look, are we seeing an increase in interest in space at the moment? It sort of ebbs and flows amongst the general populations, I think, but there does seem to be a bit more of an interest in it once again.
Yeah, good morning to you both. Yeah, it is picking up again, and a number of reasons why it's picking up again. Just like astronomy really got going with the Apollo era when people were going to go to the moon. Again, we're going back to the moon with Artemis. We've got the International Space Station, and of course we had the launch of the Webb telescope and explorations of Mars. So that tends to raise the public profile a little bit, and the public want to know answers, really. And as you said, it was a beautiful full moon last night, and above the moon you saw Jupiter shining as well. So you had two beautiful objects in the night sky, and people then will ask questions: what are they, how do they move, and so on. So Astronomy Day, which was started in 1973 now in California, and has sort of caught on to the rest of the world, is a way of sort of trying to bring the public more in, using the people who do the hard graft work, and that's the astronomical societies, the amateur astronomers. Amateur is an unfortunate word because they're actually highly professional quality work most of these people produce and make great discoveries in their own way. So we've got Astronomy Day then to raise that profile. And it's important to do that because astronomy is the oldest of the sciences. It's a science that leads you into other things such as physics, meteorology, into chemistry. And it's also the science that actually taught us how to calculate time, the movements of the planetary bodies. And that's why it's really fundamental to us. And of course, in the modern age where we don't see the sky anymore because cities are full of so much light pollution, no matter how hard we try, you lose the sky. And at one time, humanity was very much in touch with the sky, and we don't really have that now because of the light pollution that we have. So it's important that we actually sort of celebrate that and get people more switched on to what astronomy is really about. And it's a beautiful thing to actually study. You don't need the magic of Harry Potter. You just need the magic of science. And there's far more magic involved in that than you can ever imagine.
My son's has got a fairly simple telescope, but it's absolutely remarkable what you can see. And I think there's nothing more exciting than actually, once you focus on the moon and you actually watch the moon, you can actually see the way it's going across the sky because you lose focus of it on your telescope. And you can remarkably see Saturn with its rings, and that's a knockout. So you don't need a very expensive bit of equipment.
No, you don't. You can actually, I mean, we always advise people to start with a very good quality pair of binoculars to start out with, because mount them on a tripod and you can get some spectacular views out there. And if then it turns out astronomy is not for you, you've still got a very good pair of binoculars, you can use for other reasons. So yes, you can use the most minimal equipment to get your eye in, if you like, to see what's going on there. You can see double stars, things like that. You can even see small nebulae. The Andromeda is a naked eye object, but you can have a pair of binoculars on that, or a small telescope, and you can see the spiral galaxy up there, and it is truly fantastic. And you're right, you never forget the first time you see Saturn, when you see those rings, and you look at Jupiter, you can see the belts, you can see the red spot, and you can actually see its moons changing position night after night. And I always found that quite an exciting thing to really do. And Mars, of course, Mars is in a good position at the moment as well, so you can see the polar caps on Mars and the changing face of it as dust storms go across it.
Yeah, I always think, though, I mean, I like the old telescope business, but sometimes it's when it is just naked eye, isn't it? I mean, it's not really the nights for it now, but on those warm summer nights, if you just sort of lie out in the garden or wherever and look upwards, but it's scary, isn't it, when you actually work out what you're looking into infinity. I always find it a little bit mind-blowing.
Well, that's the wonderful thing of astronomy for me personally, is the fact there is so much of it out there. Each of those little stars are suns in their own right, with probably planets going around them, probably with some alien lying on their back looking at their night sky, looking at our sun from such a fantastic distance. Yes, it is scary to a certain degree, but the one thing that the science of astronomy does, it puts our lives into a real perspective of where we are in the universe. At the same time, it makes it look quite insignificant, with this small blue planet in this vast universe, stretching 13.8 billion light years. But the beauty of that is we can come back on ourselves and see how important we actually are. We are living beings on this planet who can contemplate the universe by simply lying on our backs and looking at the night sky. And the one thing about astronomy is we don't look upon each other in astronomers as American astronomers or German astronomers or Russian. We're parts of the human species. That's one of the great gifts that science actually does to you. We see ourselves as a species rather than dividing ourselves up. That's one of the wonderful things about it, because if any extraterrestrials were looking down at us, they wouldn't say, oh, that's a Russian, that's a Brit, that's an American. Oh, that's an interesting species, the human species. And that's quite an important thing. It's a big unifying force, astronomy is. And that's why I've always got into it, and I'm very excited about it.
Brilliant.
Oh, do you know what, Andy? We could talk to you all morning.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Brilliant to talk. So it's World Astronomy Day. I would love to live near, or maybe go to one of those dark sky places.
Oh, yes.
Have you ever been?
No, I'd love to do it.
There are even hotels in some of them that you go to, and you can. They have retractable roofs over the bedroom, so you can lie in bed, and on a good night you can just retract the roof and just look up at the stars. Oh, I'd love to do that.
We need to
If you've done it, let us know.
Yeah, gbviews at gbnews.uk. Anyway, don't go anywhere. We're going to be live at the SNP conference in Aberdeen in a few minutes. Let's have a look at the weather for you. In the UK, it's mainly dry for England and Wales, wet and windy for Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Well, the southwest will be dry throughout today, although skies will become increasingly hazy as the day progresses. It'll be increasingly breezy too, with highs around 15 to 17.
Best of the sunshine today found across southeast England and East Anglia. Highs of about 19 Celsius, but they will be tempered somewhat by that breeze.
After a bright start across Wales, it'll turn increasingly cloudy, but remaining dry until around dusk. Winds will be strengthening, with highs of 17.
Now, the Midlands today, pretty dry until after dark. Best of the sunshine during the first half of the day. Those southwesterly winds will pick up, with highs reaching the mid-teens.
Northern England will start the day dry and bright, but rain will begin to push in from the northwest throughout the afternoon. Highs will reach about 14, but will feel cool in the wind.
Now, it's going to be rather wet and windy for Scotland. Gales possible in the north this morning. Skies likely to brighten in the west later. Top temperatures of about 14 Celsius.
The wet and windy weather will also dominate in Northern Ireland for much of the day, but drier and brighter weather will likely return late on in the afternoon.
So that band of rain continuing to move south as we head into the evening, with blustery showers following. And that's how your weather's looking today.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. Over a drink, we have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Ten people are now known to have died following an explosion at a petrol station in Ireland.
Good morning, it's 7 o'clock on Sunday the 9th of October. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the whole of the UK on your TV, your radio and online, so wherever you are and whatever you're up to this morning, you can take us with you. These are your top stories.
The Irish Premier has paid tribute to the victims of that petrol station explosion in Donegal in Ireland. As the names of some of the 10 people killed begin to emerge, Michael Martin said the unspeakable tragedy had shocked the whole nation.
Vladimir Putin has ordered extra security around Kerch Bridge in Crimea as limited traffic starts to resume. 3 people were killed in a truck bomb explosion that destroyed parts of the bridge.
The Scottish serial killer Peter Tobin has died after falling ill in the prison where he was serving 3 life sentences. He was said to have been in total denial about his crimes and never admitted his guilt for the killings he carried out.
A new picture has been released, rather strangely, well, nicely, of the Queen's favourite pony, who made a poignant appearance at her funeral. It's Emma, the fell pony. And you may remember she stood at the side of the Long Walk on the approach to Windsor Castle as the Queen's coffin passed her. It's a beautiful picture, but
It
quite
is,
why they've
but it's an
released
odd
it.
thing, isn't it, for the palace to release a picture of a pony?
I think so.
Maybe lots of people asked, maybe. Anyway, as ever, you can join in any of our discussions, and if you've got a favourite pony, send us your picture. Email it to us, gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Well, our main news this morning, and tributes are today being paid to the 10 victims of a devastating blast at a petrol station in Ireland.
The explosion, now we know, claimed the lives of 4 men, 3 women, 2 teenagers and a little girl of primary school age.
Well, a search operation at the scene has concluded, but Irish police believe the explosion was caused by an accident, but at this stage they're still not completely ruling out other causes.
And Ireland's Premier, Micheál Martin, who visited the site of the explosion, said the entire nation was now mourning following the tragedy.
Well, let's talk to our Northern Ireland reporter, Doogie Beattie, who's in Donegal. What happened last night, Doogie? Because obviously Micheál Martin being in attendance there, I mean, it's just such a devastating impact this must have had on the whole community there.
Yes, welcome to Creeshlock. Micheál Martin was here last night, the Irish Taoiseach. He is a family man himself, and I do believe that it was very, very heartfelt coming here last night. It would be impossible not to feel the sadness here and to feel sympathy with the people of this village. As the names are starting to appear, the relationships of those names are also appearing. We have a mother and a son, a father and a daughter. We have a young girl that was in while her brother was outside on the forecourt. I mean, the stories are absolutely heartbreaking, but each one of them that are being told is saying that they were local people. They lived here and they worshipped here. They were part of the fibre of this very community. And David Kelly from the Garda Síochána has said that the process will now move into an investigation stage.
At this point in time, we have to keep an open mind as a police service and how we investigate this. But our information at this point in time is pointing towards a tragic accident. That said, being a Garda, I have to take a holistic and overall viewpoint. But that's where we're going at the moment.
Well, the whole community, not only here, but right across Ireland, including the north, are in shock. They have sent messages of condolence and sympathy coming from every side of this island. One of the victims lived above the shop here. She studied in Asia, came back here that's how she loved her life. She wanted to come back here and raise her children and be here, and that's a mark of this place and a mark of how people are raised here. And really, in this next few weeks, as the funerals begin and the mourning starts, it will become a different picture, not only in Creeshla, but in the whole of the Republic of Ireland.
Yes, I mean, Doogie, at the moment, of course, we still don't know what caused this tragedy. We can only assume that those that we now know have been killed were just people who, unfortunately, were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Totally.
I mean, one of them had stopped off here with her brother and parents and just ran into the shop. Other ones were getting stuff from coming back from school. One of the children we know had only started school and was in here with her father. And that could be any one of us. It is just like any single day. And I have my own daughters, and I think about the amount of times that I have stopped with them in a garage, bought them a treat after school and went on because you were in getting fuel or whatever. This is the only shop in this village. It is the post office, it is the supermarket, it's the deli counter, and it's an everyday shop. Some of the people I was speaking to yesterday were telling me that they would have been in and out of this shop on maybe 3 or 4 times a day. So it was completely a lottery, but it has caused such shock in this area, and it has also caused an awful lot of grief now, and that will begin over the next few days. I think the shock has basically gone and the grieving process has begun, but in that, politicians are going to have to be very, very careful where they tread, as will all the authorities, as to what the next move will be.
Yeah, they are indeed. Doogie, thank you.
Yes, one of those things you just can't speculate about at the moment because you don't you just don't know what you might say that would be entirely wrong.
No.
But it's just so sad that, I mean, even a little girl, 2 teenagers, 4 men, 3 women, it breaks your heart, it does, absolutely.
Absolutely heartbreaking. Look, it is 6 minutes past 7. Let's bring you up to date with some of the headlines. And 4 cabinet ministers have urged Conservative colleagues to stand behind Liz Truss as the Prime Minister, as she tries to steady the Tory ship. Penny Mordaunt is one of those 4 ministers. She publicly supported increasing benefits in line with inflation. Despite no such commitment for the government, Penny Mordaunt now wants to move forward and for the party, she says, to unite.
Barristers are voting on whether to end their strike action after getting a pay offer from the government. The offers further reforms to government set fees for legal aid advocacy work and an investment of £54 million in the criminal bar and solicitors. That's according to the Ministry of Justice. The vote closes today at midnight.
The serial killer Peter Tobin's ex-wife says she's glad that he's dead. Kathy Wilson told the Sunday Mirror that he was a monster and there's a feeling of relief that he's dead. Tobin died yesterday. He was serving 3 life sentences for the rape and murder of 3 young girls.
And the former Trade Minister says he's looking forward to clearing his name following allegations of inappropriate behaviour. Conor Burns was sacked from the government after a complaint of serious misconduct last week at the Tory party conference. He's reiterated that he will cooperate fully with the investigation and that he is committed to public services.
It is 8 minutes past 7. What are you doing up so early? We were asking about an hour ago. Stuart says, I'm up at this time to sing or listen to God Save the King, plus some real news. So
yes.
Thank you.
Oh, good. Alan says, I'm sitting on the sofa in my house in France, in a little village hamlet called Le Ham, in the Mayenne, drinking freshly brewed coffee.
Oh, that sounds nice.
It does so nice. I'm going to be setting back for the UK later this morning, so you're coming back home.
Karen, morning, Karen. My dog, she says, likes to get up at 5:30 every morning, so I get to watch GB News very early. Thank you for being my company during the first part of the day. It's our pleasure, Karen. Thank you for being with us.
Debbie says, morning, Anne and Stephen. I'm up so early this morning because myself and my colleagues are giving flu vaccines from 8 till 1. Wish us luck.
Oh,
Good
yes.
luck. Well done.
Good luck.
Very
I
important.
need to get mine organised.
Yeah, I've got to get mine done too.
Talking of horses and ponies and all that sort of thing, because they've released that picture of the Queen's pony. John says, I'm going to be riding my horse, Jackie K, into the woods this morning.
Jackie K?
Oh, a sort of horse, like a little sort of trot through the woods and things. Sounds
That would wake you up
nice.
in the morning. It's a lovely way to wake up. The other way that's nice to wake up, I've always thought, as I was talking to a lot of rowers just before the Olympics, and they say getting out either in a
boat,
canoe thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's not a rowboat, is it? What's the word?
Like a kayak or
yeah,
something.
well, exactly, like a kayak. And they do it very, very early in the morning so they can have the river to themselves. And there's, rowing along and watching the ducks and everything, all the wildlife sort of waking up as well along the edges of the river. I think that would be a lovely way.
I've done it in the lakes. You sort of go canoeing.
In the early morning?
Go canoeing first thing when there's still mist on the lake.
Oh,
like
absolutely.
Coniston or something.
Beautiful.
Lovely.
There are nice ways to wake up, aren't they? If you can think of one, tell us how. Give away your secrets, please.
Yes. James. Oh, now, James, you're being controversial this morning. He says, I'm watching you before going to work. Oh, what do you do? Let's know. Electric cars. I don't know, electric, because we're talking about cars getting bigger and heavier, and a lot of that is down to electric vehicles because the batteries at the moment are very heavy. Electric cars are just a fad, and they won't last my lifetime. I've got a 23-year-old Toyota and hope to get another 20 years out of it. Don't think so, James.
I don't think you're right there. I think we're going to go very electric. I've got a hybrid at the moment, or two. Both my cars are hybrids. Don't understand them at all, but they charge themselves.
Yeah.
Which is brilliant.
Self-charging hybrids.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Every time you put your foot on the brake, you're charging the battery. Every time you go down a hill, you're not using the engine, you're charging the battery. It's absolutely stunning.
Very clever how it all works.
Yeah, it really is.
But I think, James, electric is quieter and cleaner, if nothing else. Even if you don't believe in any of the other sort of stuff around it, they're quieter and cleaner.
And some of them are so quiet, they've actually had to build in sounds.
Sounds on them, yeah.
Which is weird, just sort of warn pedestrians and things.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing, is that they stop. If you're stopped at traffic light, they just stop. And they're silent. And you actually think, gosh, there's the car stopped. And the only way you can test it is when the lights change again and you can actually take off. It's very odd.
If you like cars, James, the good thing about the electric car is, you can just plug it in at night at home. But the other thing is, of course, that they go like mad. The acceleration on them is fantastic.
Yes. No, you...
Not that I've got one.
I think
would like
perfectly
one
fine if your 20-year-old Toyota keeps going for another 20 years. Absolutely fine there. But when it eventually does go, you'll probably find yourself buying an electric.
You would. Oh, and just because sometimes people say we don't reflect all views. Yes, we do. Tony's been in touch. More to you, Tony. He says, I think the Tories will give just enough to win people's votes and stay in power and then take it away the following year. They've always been the nasty party and they can't be trusted.
Oh, mind you, Rob says, next election the Tories will be led by Boris. Bring back Boris, he says. And you know that, again, the Sunday newspapers, and this is, I suppose, what Sunday newspapers do, there's a lot of gossip in the Sunday newspapers, and one of the bits of gossip, which is very much doing the rounds, is there is quite a movement to try and bring back Boris. But in the Mail on Sunday, he's pictured playing golf. Apparently he's taken up golf.
Oh, I see.
Well, Winston Churchill did.
Oh, did he? Well, anything
he just
Winston
can't help doing... Yes,
better.
Exactly. He has to do what Winston did.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be back. Be mad to go through that again, let's be honest.
I'd like to read his memoirs.
Oh yes.
You'll be working on those, won't you?
They'll be a bestseller.
That really will.
It's 12 minutes past 7 as the second day of the annual SNP conference kicks off in Aberdeen, the Granite City. Deputy First Minister John Swinney is expected to deliver a speech talking up Scotland's energy capabilities.
And that, of course, comes after the party's Westminster leader, Ian Blackford, yesterday described Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng's economic plans as a nightmare.
Well, let's talk to our political editor, Darren McCaffrey, who's in Aberdeen for us this morning. You lucky thing, Darren. It's such a beautiful
It's lovely behind
city.
you, actually.
So what are we expecting from John Swinney today?
Well, it's really fascinating, isn't it, Stephen? The SNP gathering here, as you say, in Aberdeen for the first time in terms of official kind of party conference since before the pandemic. And there are attack lines, and you talked about the attacks there on the Conservative Party, but also really interesting on the Labour Party too. And why is that? Well, because we've seen a resurgence for Labour in the polls here in Scotland, a reflection of what we're seeing, of course, in the national polls elsewhere. And I think it is a reflection of the concern, potentially, that the SNP have, not just about what the Westminster government may well do, but also about the electoral map here in Scotland and Labour's capabilities with the changing political fortunes of that party. But also, in many ways, the SNP should be pretty cock-a-hoop, shouldn't they? They did very, very well in the most recent Holyrood elections. They have set a date, effectively, for when they would like to hold the next referendum, which is in October next year. And the Supreme Court, as of next week, are going to start looking at the possibility that they could authorise the Scottish Government to hold that referendum. However, and there is a big however, it seems still pretty unlikely the Supreme Court are going to do that, and that's why Nicola Sturgeon is involved in this big battle with Liz Truss, who apparently still hasn't called over the future independence referendum. And I think if that obstacle fails, what the SNP are looking at is effectively turning the next Westminster elections into a de facto referendum. It's all very, very difficult, I think, for the SNP in many ways. They keep going down these routes to try and bring about another referendum. That's politically what they really, really want to see. But there are potential blockages at each end because continually the Westminster government are saying no to a referendum. And all this, of course, all this talk about a referendum at a time when many people here in Scotland are also saying, why are we continually talking about referendums when in the end, actually, the SNP should be focusing in government on things like schools, on the energy crisis, on the cost of living crisis hitting this winter, rather than on the big constitutional question. At the same time, the SNP will turn around and say, we've got a continuous mandate on all of this. We want London to make this happen. So as always, in many ways, it's the same old politics here in Scotland that we've seen for the last decade or so, but an interesting dynamic that I think for the first time, certainly since Nicola Sturgeon's been First Minister, that the argument for the SNP and their political opponents aren't just the Conservative Party anymore. I would suggest somewhat diminished, but actually Labour, who are doing pretty well according to the polls.
OK. Darren, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, anything said there's going to make a few headlines tomorrow, isn't it?
You know what? I'd love to get your thoughts if you're north of the border. GBviews at gbnews.uk. It's just we were told it was like a once-in-a-generation vote last time round, and if there was another referendum and they don't win, what are we going to see? Indie Ref 3?
No, you can't.
They're just going to keep going.
That's the trouble with referenda, is that you may get an outcome that a lot of people don't like. You can't keep calling for another one, though, can you?
No, well, as we found out with Brexit,
well, absolutely.
It didn't stop people, but then they didn't get anywhere, did they? And a lot of them who were calling for that have now lost their seats.
True. It's an interesting world.
I'm making no comment. I'm making no comment. Look, we've got much more to come for you, including the biggest sports stories, including the very latest on the Premier League. Aidan McGee, fingers crossed, will be with us. Let's have a look at the weather for you. In the UK, it's mainly dry for England and Wales, wet and windy for Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Well, the southwest will be dry throughout today, although skies will become increasingly hazy as the day progresses. It'll be increasingly breezy too, with highs around 15 to 17.
Best of the sunshine today found across southeast England and East Anglia. Highs of about 19 Celsius, but they will be tempered somewhat by that breeze.
After a bright start across Wales, it'll turn increasingly cloudy, but remaining dry until around dusk. Winds will be strengthening, with highs of 17.
Now, the Midlands today, pretty dry until after dark. Best of the sunshine during the first half of the day. Those southwesterly winds will pick up, with highs reaching the mid-teens.
Northern England will start the day dry and bright, but rain will begin to push in from the northwest throughout the afternoon. Highs will reach about 14, but will feel cool in the wind.
Now, it's going to be rather wet and windy for Scotland. Gales possible in the north this morning. Skies likely to brighten in the west later. Top temperatures of about 14 Celsius.
The wet and windy weather will also dominate in Northern Ireland for much of the day, but drier and brighter weather will likely return late on in the afternoon.
So that band of rain continuing to move south as we head into the evening, with blustery showers following. And that's how your weather's looking today.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
No, 7:20.
Yes.
Oh, bloody neck. This is breakfast this evening and morning to
Morning.
you.
We were asking what you do at this time in the morning, or why you're up.
Yes,
why are you up watching?
Samantha says, I've been up since 5:30 because as I've got older, I find I wake up, otherwise I get irritated. Oh, dear.
I know what you mean, though.
But she says the husband's gone to the gym this time of day.
Very early.
I'm sat in a onesie under a fur thrower with a coffee and Winnie, my pug. Well, I think you've got the right idea, Samantha.
Yeah.
We'll go to the gym.
Lee says, I've got a confession to make. I woke up this morning at 5:50. My partner says to me, why so early? I replied, sorry, babe, it's Sunday morning. I can't miss Stephen and Anne at 6.
Right.
Unfortunately, she stayed in bed, but I suppose we can all let her off because she's 7 months pregnant now. Brilliant show. You never disappoint.
That's
very, very kind. Thank you.
2 months to go. That'll fly by.
And we've also been talking about dark skies, because it's World Astronomy Day. And there are places, obviously they're all over the planet actually, but there are lots of places in Britain where they have dark sky parks, where there is there's hardly any light pollution, basically. And there are places you can go and stay and just look up at the stars. Sam says, we've an area about 2 hours' drive away, which is basically an extinct volcano. On a clear night, you can rug up, drive out there and watch shooting stars, satellites and comets race across a diamond-encrusted, starry blue-black velvet sky. The trick is to go when the moon is new. It's magical.
Oh, that sounds
Where
nice.
is it, Sam?
Yeah. Satellite. I love seeing satellites. It's great when you see satellites going across the sky.
It's spooky, actually, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, look, let's catch up on all the sport for you. Aidan McGee is here. Good morning, Mr.
Morning,
McGee.
T. How you doing?
Yeah, all right. Good. Let's talk a bit of football, should we?
We should, yeah. Man City on a roll. As we might expect, we spoke about Erling Haaland yesterday. He's got 20 goals now this season. It's October the 8th. Season only started a few weeks ago.
No, it really is quite something.
20 goals in all competitions. He's been called ridiculous by his manager. He's been called sublime by his manager. He's been described as an incredible
Why
weapon.
is he so good? What is it about
He seems to have everything. There's no... I mean, let's be clear, Anne. I mean, this is a brilliant team anyway. I think Harry Kane could go in that team and score just as many goals, actually. I think there are a few strikers who could do it. However, he's got the height... He's got the pace. Normally, when a player's got the height, sometimes they give up a little in terms of their technique because they're a little bit more gangly and maybe they've got the technique to match up with the frame of their body. That's not the case with Erling Haaland. He has the height, he has the power, he has the pace, he has the finishing ability, and he also creates goals for his teammates. Now, they waited a year to get him. They could have had him in the summer of 2021. They decided to get him because it meant they could get him cheaper last summer.
Where did he come from?
He came from a German club called Borussia Dortmund. He was before that he was playing in Austria. But his father played for Manchester City about 20 years ago.
Really?
Yeah, Norwegian international. Yeah.
He looks very young.
Yeah, he is. When you see his face, he's got a very baby face. But yeah, he just seems to know. I mean, in midweek he played against Copenhagen in the Champions League. He scored 2 goals. They took him off at half time. That could have been his fourth hat-trick in a row. So I don't know.
Why did they take him off at half-time?
Probably because when you're Man City, the schedule of games is so heavy, and any player is susceptible to injury. And when you've got a schedule like that, so they probably just think, well, the game was won. They were winning at half-time anyway. Let's take him off. They weren't in any danger. Don't forget the Champions League. That was a home game. They've got to travel soon as well. They're going to have to go overseas as well during midweek. So you do have to protect your players. Any player, any manager, any coach has told me over the last 20 years that the biggest, most significant advance in football has been sports science, and key to that is giving players rest. We also, they've got loads of money. Why shouldn't they play? They've got they're professional athletes, etc., etc. But it's not as simple as that. Rest is key.
Yeah. Arsenal and Liverpool tonight.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Well, this is strange. Arsenal have had this breakneck start to the season. 7 wins out of 8. They're at home today against Liverpool, who are 10th in the league. Jurgen Klopp saying they're too far behind Man City now. They're not going to win the league. However, I do believe in statistics now and again. Just 1 win for Arsenal against Liverpool in the last 12 meetings. They've had some real thrashings in that time as well. So, having said that, that makes it an excellent game. Everton playing Man United again today. United wanting to bounce back from that defeat at City last week. Everton built a fantastic defence in the last few weeks with Frank Lampard. Everton could win today, and Liverpool lose, and they could go above Liverpool in the league. We should mention Tottenham as well. They won down at Brighton yesterday with their Harry Kane goal. They were mourning the death of their fitness coach this week, so a very sombre occasion for them down there. But they're only 3 points behind Manchester City. I mean, everyone's talking about how far ahead City are. I mean, Tottenham are right on their coattails now. It makes for an interesting middle point of the season coming up.
Yeah, doesn't it just? Now, you know what I'm going to ask, don't you? It's meant to be a game of 2 halves, football and all the rest of it, but also meant to be a game of equal-sized goals. Yeah, that's right. So it's meant to be, the goals are meant to be about 2 feet above the player's head, so about 8 foot high and 8 yards wide. Right. So 8 by 8 we call it, even though we're using a different measurement for each angle. So
So Cardiff played up at Wigan yesterday. Cardiff don't have a manager at the moment. One of the coaching staff noticed that the goalpost looked as if it was about a couple of inches higher than normal. Now the problem you have at Wigan is they play rugby league there, so the goalposts have changed quite a lot before matches. Normally the rules state that if the goals aren't equal, then if you can't sort the problem within 2 hours, then the game is abandoned. They decided to play because both sides thought, well, OK, it's the same for both sides. We'll just have one unequal goals for half each. So the game was only delayed for 7 minutes. It was decided to be played because the crowd were already in the stadium, and it seemed a sensible thing to do. The problem was that Cardiff won 3-1, but one of their goals scored by a guy called Ryan Wintle, it actually hit the crossbar and went in. So if it had been it was in the big goal. So if the goal post had been 2 inches lower, and that's quite significant, then it just would have bounced out. Yeah. So there's going to be a probe now by the FA. They're going to look into it. They've looked in the rule book, and look, I don't think there's anything untoward going on. It's just when there's such a high turnover of matches and you're changing the technical equipment around it, sometimes it can happen.
Oh yeah, but that's good.
It's pretty,
sting, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know. I mean, there was a wind-up done about 20 years ago. It was a April Fool thing. Football Focus on BBC did this thing saying that the FIFA have announced they're going to enlarge the goals, and so they put Nigel Martin, the Leeds goalkeeper, in goal, and he was taking shots. He was on the joke, and these balls was flying over his head, even though he was like 6'4", because they extended the goal by about 2 metres, and everyone was believing it. And that was before the sort of social media era as well. I don't think they try that now. It gets people wound up.
What's going on with the boxing and Fury?
Well, Fury's going to fight. I don't know. I think it's true. I don't know if it's going to be to flush out Anthony Joshua, but he's talking about fighting Derek Chisora for a third time on December the 3rd in Cardiff. Now, my issue with that is that he's fought Chisora twice before. He's got nothing to prove. Chisora, to me, is a flat-track bully. He fights as he knows he's going to beat. He's never really beaten anyone any good, and so he's not going to beat Fury. I don't know what sort of spectacle he's going to be. I don't know what the fans are going to get out of it. I wonder if he's fraternising with his friend Derek Chisora, because they are friends as well, and to flush out Anthony Joshua because
he's still not signed, has he?
No, he's not signed. No, look, I think it will happen. It may not just be this side of Christmas. That's all. But equally, I just don't see any value. I don't see any kind of commercial value even. I mean, Fury will probably turn around to me and say, well, look, watch us, we'll pack out Cardiff. It probably will because it's Tyson Fury, but you want to be fighting better opponents than he's almost like in the wrestling fraternity we call a jobber to the stars. He's he fights the big opponents, but he always loses. Yeah. And so he's always around for a fight. He's a jobber.
Well, I do that for a couple of million.
Well, yes, that sounds very well paid.
Take a dive in the first round.
Tyson.
Yeah.
Interesting about Conor Benn as well. We know that fight was postponed this weekend because of the drug test. His ex-opponents now, past opponents are now saying like one of them got knocked out in the second round in April. So not even that long ago, 6 months ago, and saying, was he on drugs? I've never been knocked down before by anybody. And he goes and knocks me down. He's not a particularly explosive fighter, and he floors me in the second round. Was he on drugs then? It's an interesting question.
Well, they would have tested all the time, though, wouldn't they?
Not necessarily.
This was a voluntary test.
That was, yeah, but they can test you at any time. So it is possible that you would think outside and around fights you would, but then sometimes it could be missed down. You never know. Or if you've got the right masking agents, it doesn't show up in the test anyway.
Oh.
Is that right?
Masking agents. That's been going on for years in athletics. Yeah, which is why when we talk about athletics and it doesn't have the kind of the profile it used to have when we were children necessarily, when we had all those big Olympic runners in the 80s that we knew about. It doesn't have it now because I don't think broadcasters can necessarily guarantee the sanctity of those races because they can't guarantee that the drugs aren't part of it. And the masking agents are in that as well. They are a thing.
Blooming heck.
I know.
I suppose it's the way.
And it matters. Things like.
Cool. It matters.
It matters in athletics because it's a race to the finish and it's a 10-second thing. Boxing is even more important because you can do serious damage for that. Yeah. And the Ben family know about that, and the Eubank family know about that from past experiences.
Yeah, they do. Aidan, thank you. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Morning to Jen. Morning, Jen, who's a fellow Cumbrian. She says the forecast is a bit too windy for a paddle today, but luckily I got my session in yesterday on Ullswater. Oh, Ullswater.
It was a nice day yesterday too.
My friends and I witnessed some amazing weather. So pleased to move back home to Cumbria. Today I'm off for a pub lunch with my mum to celebrate my first week in a new job. Thanks as ever for doing a cracking job. On a side note, air fryers are awesome.
can't get away from the air fryer still. Yeah.
Oh.
Shelley says, I'm up so early because my partner got up at 4 a.m. to drive to South Wales to go mountain biking. He is not the quietest when going out. My 4 cats all woke up and pestered continuously until I got up to feed them. So I've got no chance now of going back to sleep. I'm just glad that you two keep me company from 6. I know what it's like. Anything wakes the dog up. And she thinks, the day has started, it doesn't matter what time it is. Feed me. And then I can't possibly ever go back to sleep.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, the cat's not so bad for that. He'll go have something to eat, but then he'll just come back to bed. It's fine.
What are you doing up so early this morning? That's what we want to know. And what you're doing later on today.
Yes, what are you doing later on today?
Tell us what you're up to.
Pub lunch in Cumbria for Jen and her mum
Sounds lovely.
Oh, don't you love a pub lunch on a cold day if they've got a fire going in there?
Yes.
Oh, lovely, lovely. Fancy a bit of that. Anyway, much more to come for you, including our look through the papers after this.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by 2 of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Oh, it's very, very nearly 7:34. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
And actually, it's 7:34 now. Just shows that if you wait long enough, it comes around.
Well, it does.
Yeah.
Even a broken clock's right.
Well, that
twice
a day. Yeah, that's right. We'll take a look now at today's front pages for you. Let's start with the Times, focusing on the bridge blast that bridge between Russia and Crimea. It says the landmark, funded by the Kremlin, gives Ukraine now hope that it can retake the occupied peninsula.
Now, the Observer has that as well, saying Putin has been dealt a bitter blow.
And next we look at the feud between Michael Gove and Liz Truss. That's on the front page of the Mail on Sunday. Their headline reading, Sadistic Gove told, stop plots or let in Starmer.
The Sunday Express has that as well. Heads down and charge, it says, as Liz Truss attempts to revive the economy.
And again, it's Liz Truss telling MPs to unite or face disaster on the front page of the Sunday Telegraph.
Peter Tobin's ex-wife gives an interview to the Sunday Mirror as the serial killer takes secrets of other potential victims to his grave.
And The Sun on Sunday has spoken to the ex-girlfriend of former Strictly dancer AJ Pritchard, telling the paper that she's devastated he's found love elsewhere.
Oh, well, let's go through the papers now in a bit more detail with the author and journalist Susan Holder and former special advisor to Boris Johnson, Jack Sellers. Morning to you both.
Morning.
Morning.
Jack, Sunday Express should be looking at the NHS fat cats
Yes, so this is quite an interesting story, actually, given the sort of time we're in. Just to set the context, next week, nurses are expected to vote on their pay packets, and the unions are recommending that, they go out on strike against the recommended pay at the moment. But this headline, NHS fat cats told to justify their ridiculous salary or face the sack. This headline follows comments from the Conservative MP James Sunderland, who is a senior aide to the Health Secretary, and he's pretty much following from some comments he'd been in conference, saying that some of these senior managers across the NHS are earning up to £500,000, believe it or not, and within their contracts there's no sort of key performance indicators or performance-related reviews or anything to earn that salary. But what I found very interesting, which will just set the scene for the week ahead of us, is just some of the figures, which I found absolutely startling from some of what some of these executives are earning. So the chief executive of the university hospitals in Birmingham is earning between £385,000 to £390,000 a year. In Hertfordshire, they're earning between £390,000 to £395,000. These are people who are earning 2.5 times what the Prime Minister is earning at the moment. These are crazy salaries. And, look, setting the stall out here, I'm not sort of someone who's against, salaries. We've got to pay for the best people, to get the best people into jobs. But I find it outstanding. Someone who's worked in government, never worked in the health department, I find it crazy that these people don't have these performance indicators already in their contracts, with waiting lists, what they are, and, people struggling to even get a GP appointment or whatever. I think it's a bit of a reveal for people to see what actually these people are earning.
And whether they deserve it, because you can tell, it's amazing how differently you can get the National Health Service in all sorts of ways, from waiting times at A&E right through to whether you can see your GP or not. Some areas seem to be run well, and some areas seem to not be.
Yeah. And it does show it can happen.
Yeah, it can be run well and efficiently, because some places do it. But I think it has to be up to the managers, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. But I think it's absolutely right, the approach, by the way, the government here, sort of putting this into people's contracts, that, if your health board is not meeting up to scratch, then how can you justify earning, £400,000 a year? And I think the investigation itself finds that 675 managers across the NHS are earning over £150,000 a year, which is more than Liz Truss will be earning right now. So, people running the health board against someone running the country. I think there's a bit of a...
Well, I don't know whether we would begrudge it if they were running it well.
If they were running it well. No, completely agree. Yeah, completely agree. But anyway, either way, there needs to be a system in place where they are monitored against it and they are judged against it. And if they're not earning that salary and they're not performing well, then change needs to be made.
To the Sunday Mirror, Susan, let's have a look at a loose woman.
Yes, so I'll declare a sort of interest here. So years ago, in the mid to late 90s, I was series producer of Loose Women, and Anne actually was one of the panellists at the time. We did cross paths briefly while I was there. But this story has completely shocked me. So Saira Khan has written she has a regular column in the Mirror, and she's written a column today which they've taken the story from, because what she's saying is she's stepped back from Loose Women, and she's made that choice because she claims that the producers and staff on Loose Women were wanting her to do various stunts, one of which is the headline, was to create a profile on OnlyFans.
Yes.
Now, if you don't know what OnlyFans is, it says it's a soft porn site, but actually I think OnlyFans is quite strong stuff.
So you can just model on it.
OK. So, but anyway, once you create your profile on OnlyFans... I don't have much experience of it, but it is a porn site. She also says that she was asked to make a kind of a plaster cast of a very intimate area of her anatomy.
And the think that was funny. They really would.
You what, sorry?
They would think that was funny.
Well, yes, and the justification editorially, according to this, was to encourage women to accept that their vaginas are normal. And I don't know about you, Anne, but it's not been a concern of mine one way or another.
No, absolutely not.
But
Loose Women is a bit like that. They would think that sort of thing is terribly funny.
Yeah, and things have changed a lot since my time on Loose Women, because I've been sitting in the green room trying to think of kind of crazy things that happened in Lewis Women. It was just getting it on air was pretty crazy. We used to ask people to talk about the news. Obviously, you would ask people on the panel you wanted them to reveal something about themselves and their lives, to bring their knowledge and experience to the stories you were talking about. And in some cases, people were very willing to do that. There are some areas that things might be, you've got to be careful what you say about your family or your relationships or your opinions on certain things. And I was always, as a producer, quite mindful of the fact we were asking people to do that. We'd have a morning meeting and you'd talk it all through. I know people who watch TV might think that Lucy were just making it up as they go along. Actually, there is...
Oh, no, it's very carefully
It is, there is an editorial behind it, or there always was. But I do find this, if this is... And she's talking in the column about just being a woman in the industry and the pressure on women in the industry to keep themselves front and centre and to be current, and the fact that Fern Cotton apparently has stepped back, saying she had so much anxiety because she was worried she might say or do the wrong thing and being vilified for it now. I mean, you've been around before social media and since, and you must know personally how difficult that must be now.
Yes, you're always under pressure to do something to make a headline.
Do you think?
Yes. Yeah.
I find that shocking.
And that's a real pressure as well. The only person who doesn't seem to follow with the pressure is Janet Street Porter, who goes, "I'm not doing that."
Yeah, that's what they book her for.
You must be effing joking.
Very good.
That's very good.
And you think, thank goodness for Janet, because she's the only person who has actually got the real gumph to stand up to that sort of pressure.
I think this is difficult for ITV. This comes off the string of a lot of negative press, actually. Recently and over the years, past few years.
Oh, Holly and Phil.
Holly and Phil, most recently with the Q. There was Love Island. Caroline Flack obviously took her own life. Jeremy Kyle show was axed after a member, someone on the panel.
They said it's reality television in a way. Of course, it's not reality really. It's hyped up television and hyped up talk, and there is an awful lot of pressure behind it. And there's always been a worry about the psychological state of the people who are in it. They're almost victims.
Well, you say there's always been a worry, but who's doing the worrying? Where is the worry? Where is the concern?
Well, the problem is a lot of these people who appear on these sort of shows want the pub. They think, oh, this would be great. It'd be great if I was in the papers every day.
Well, I think be careful what you wish for there, because people do that. You're right, and then it happens, and they realise it's not nobody ever wants that when it actually happens to them. I don't.
But you do get it. I've always had it. People say, "Why don't you do this? Why don't you do? Really? Why don't you sell your wedding pictures to the Hello magazine?" It's like, no.
No, I don't.
So why would you? It's my life.
Why would you?
It's my life. I don't want to do it. You must know what it's like. I mean, there's all the PR around nodding and all the rest of it. You must get fed up with it at times.
Well, but again, I think Noddy Holder has been famous for a very long time. He's my husband, for anybody who doesn't know. And I don't know. You find me a salacious story in a paper about Noddy Holder, and be careful what you say.
Don't Google it.
But at the same time, I know from that experience that you can be quite famous, and there are certain things you do. And if you don't roll out of certain places and you don't go to certain, you don't call to certain people. We would never have journalists in our home. We've never had photographs taken at home. That's just something he's never done and never would do. It's actually not that hard to stay out of the papers. I think. I don't know. I mean, that's my experience, and so I think if you caught it, you can.
Unless you work for an employer that wants that of you,
that puts you in a very difficult position. But you'd think with Loose Women, a band of women who should band together on that and just all kind of take a stand, then that would work. But my experience for Loose Women, and it's a long time ago now, and they're not the same bunch of people necessarily as they were then. They were. They weren't as supportive of each other as I would have liked.
But the strength of that show is the producers, not the presenters, actually. You think it's about the four women in front of you. It's not. It's about the producers behind. They are the powerful ones, the really powerful ones.
Oh, talking of power, Jack, King Charles. The coronation planning is underway now, but we're told it's going to be pretty much pared down, according to the Mail on Sunday.
Yeah, this is quite the exclusive, actually, for the Mail today. So they got the full sort of breakdown of what they call Operation Golden Orb. So this is the blueprint plans for the King Charles's coronation. But, yeah, it's marking a sort of shift in the times, I think, with King Charles sort of recognising the world we're in and recognising maybe there's not as much demand anymore to sort of, especially with the challenges we're facing, to sort of justify having a massive sort of grand and coronation. But so some of the details that they can reveal is that the ceremony is set to be reduced in length from more than 3 hours to just over an hour. The guest list is going to be reduced from what it was for Queen Elizabeth, 8,000 down to 2,000 people. There's going to be a more relaxed dress code, etc. Prince William also is playing a part in sort of organising this. But I think it's interesting. So, context to this is that only a couple of weeks ago, Prince William said that he didn't have plans to have an investiture in Wales. That was quite controversial in Wales back in the day, even though the other side of the argument would be that the investiture in Wales got something like 500 million views globally. Put Wales on the map. And a lot of people will argue for this. That why shouldn't
Would you like, as a Welshman, would you like to see it?
Yeah, personally, I would. Yeah, I don't think it's harmful at all. Like, Prince William now and Prince Charles, when he was Prince of Wales, sort of they were massive advocates of Wales. They've massively in tune with Wales and the people of Wales, the different political realities there.
As is William. I mean, William and Kate have lived in Wales.
Lived it. Yeah, they lived in Anglesey. Kate started her royal life in Wales. Basically, they got engaged when they lived in Anglesey. But the majority of Wales, well, going specifically onto the Wales point, but the majority of the people of Wales are massive royalists. They love the royal family. You saw this during the Queen's funeral. A lot of them would love the fact of a big investiture, I think, to sort of mark and put Wales back on on the global stage.
But they are going to use the golden carriage, aren't the gold carriage?
Yes, that's
for the coronation.
Yeah.
So they're obviously thinking we do need a bit of a pageant.
Yeah, but there's got to be a bit of pomp to it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Otherwise it diminishes the royal family.
Isn't it a case, though, in Charles's case now, that he'll be damned if he does and damned if he doesn't? Because everyone, it's a shame we're not having that. And it is, I think, what we do in this country so well is put on those ceremonies, which are incredible.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the tape of the last coronation, and all of the lords and ladies are in their ermine and the velvet and their tiaras and things like that. And they're not going to, apparently they're going to probably just allow them to wear lounge suits and cocktail frocks.
I suppose it's a bit anachronistic, but actually...
But I'm a bit disappointed about that.
Yeah, I am, because you want to feel... It's like what we just saw with the funeral. You feel like you're living history. However, I can understand as well how he wants to make the point of, well, let's, look at the state of the country, look at what the economic climate. It's not the right time to go over.
I think it's nice to do, and it's a moment of history. However, I do think everyone in their ermines or the rest of it would be, for a lot of us, would be a case of it's the haves and the have-not.
Yeah. You really think so?
Yeah, I do.
I think there's a balance to it. I think the dress wear and the gold carriage and all this sort of stuff, the sort of symbolism, I think is absolutely right. I don't know. I think that's what people like, and people like seeing people around the globe sort of tune in to watch. But it's, on the point of the modernation, it's sort of the modernisation rather. It's interesting that the Queen's coronation was based on her father's King George VI. His was based on King George V, and we know that Prince Philip had a real sort of modernisation role in the Queen's coronation. But I do think that if we had it based on something from 1911 was when King George V, if the current coronation was sort of based loosely on that, I think people would be saying, we're 100 years on, 110 years on. We need to move on a little bit and modernise.
However they do it, though, I think it will still be spectacular.
Yes,
And the one thing that works in this country, I think, efficiently, is the royal family. When they do anything, it works. And I just kind of... There's a piece on the side of that in the Mail on Sunday as well, where the retired Lieutenant Colonel who oversaw all the details for the funeral has spoken about some of the detail. And I just found it absolutely fascinating.
It is fascinating.
Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Mather. A replica of Westminster Hall was constructed in an aircraft hangar for dry runs of the lying-in state. Everything down to the carpet was tested by people in certain boots, and all the kind of things and he's been doing this for years and years and years, ever since the Queen was 70, and they would revise it every year. They used to take over the whole of the ballroom at Buckingham Palace and do it all on a PowerPoint. The Queen wasn't there, but she'd get a red box, and then handwritten notes in the margin would come back from the Queen about various things as it was changed and adapted over the years. And I just think it's incredible. This is also the same man who had to plan Diana's funeral on a blank piece of paper in 48 hours because nothing obviously had been ever done about that. I mean, this is how you put on something and put the effort that goes into making something so amazing and efficient and spectacular work.
Yeah, I quite agree. If you can go on Mail Online or or buy a copy of the Mail on Sunday, I guess. But it is an absolutely fascinating interview. He goes into the detail of how he's had to plan it, and also have to go. You know, there were contingencies if the Queen died in certain places.
Yes.
He'd have to go and suss out the places, even down to the staircase if she died upstairs. How they would bring
even
her
down to the lodge at Sandringham where Prince Philip would often live, which is actually quite a small house, I think. And it could have happened there. Who knows?
Yeah. So everything had to be thought through and almost rehearsed.
Although I think
he's
the Queen.
Fascinating.
I think the Queen was such an amazing person that I think she probably chose Balmoral.
I think she did.
So. Yeah.
When you're in government, the plans for operation on the bridge have been, they circulate year on year, they're sort of looked at, they need to be reviewed. And look, personally, from my point of view, I just think whilst we have the chaos of politics at the moment over the past few years and how it's all sort of unfolded, it's good to see that some of our solid British institutions still work meticulously.
Correct.
And they're seamless and they do it all properly.
And he's a former Grenadier Guard, I think. He's a Lieutenant Colonel, isn't he? He did it with absolute precision.
Oh, he'll know his stuff. Look, Susan, Jack, we're out of time. But we will see you in the next hour, so I look forward to that. It's 7:50. Let's bring you up to date with some of the other headlines. And 200,000 more children would be pushed into poverty if benefits rise in line with wages rather than inflation. That's according to research by the Child Poverty Action Group and is based on earnings rising by 5% and inflation going up by about 10%. The Prime Minister and the Chancellor have not ruled out taking a different course.
More than 1,300 people with a football banning order won't be allowed to travel while the World Cup is on in Qatar. Fans in England and Wales will have to give their passports to the police in an effort to help curb violence and abuse at the tournament. The Home Office says those who try to travel could face 6 months in prison and a fine.
The Royal Navy frigate has seized £50 million worth of drugs from a ship in the Arabian Sea. It's the HMS Montrose. They've got a reputation for this. They found over £1,900 of crystal meth in a secret compartment. Now, this particular warship has been based in the Middle East for 3 years and has seized drugs worth nearly £47 million this year alone.
So if you seize drugs worth £47 million, what do you do with the drugs? What do you do with them?
Chuck them in the sea, probably.
£47 million worth?
Yeah. Well, they go overboard.
Well, you can't chuck that in. You can't chuck crystal meth in the sea, can
Why
you?
not?
I don't know.
I'll do something with it.
Interesting, though, isn't it? What happens to it?
I think you'd want to burn it.
Is it locked in a hangar somewhere?
I don't know.
How weird.
Anyway, look, Britain's biggest pumpkin recently caused traffic chaos after it fell off a trailer while being taken to a pumpkin festival near Southampton.
Oh, it weighs over £2,500. Look at it, it's the size of a house. It's the size of a mini car, isn't it? It had to be recovered from the road using a telehandler machine with straps tied right around it.
Now, it's a solid lump, so it wasn't damaged. No one was hurt, so it will go on display now at Sunnyfields Farm. And the director of Sunnyfields, Tom Nelson, joins us now to tell us more. Morning to you, Tom. Heck!
Oh, my
goodness! And there it is.
And there is
That is a whopper. How on earth do you get something that big?
Yeah, a lot of time. Now, I didn't grow it myself. Identical twins in Lymington, Ian and Stuart Payton, grew it, and they spend 6 hours a day for 5 months growing 6 pumpkins, and I don't know how they're still married.
Now, just for the sake of our lovely people listening on the radio at the moment, we'll just mention the fact that you are stood there and there's this enormous pumpkin behind you. How big is it? It does look actually to me like the size of a mini.
Yeah, it's the size of in weight. It's the size of a Fiat 500. So yes, it is rather large. There's lots of pictures of a small girl on the internet sitting on top, and yeah, it dwarfs her.
I tell you what, though, I mean, it's a shame it fell off the trailer, but it's great publicity for you and your farm, isn't it? Because if you're doing this pumpkin picking patch sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. We do displays all year, and it's always good to have a variety. We've got this very large one here. We've also got the display with 10,000 pumpkins in, which we did a display of Paddington to the Queen. So it's always good to have something big, have lots of colour, for a different experience, but we were quite worried when it tried to escape off the trailer. It can be a scary time for Halloween. Chop them up, we eat them, and this one decided to, with a last-ditch attempt at survival, but it really wasn't that much, and a bit of media time is never a bad thing.
No, absolutely. It is a whopper, as you say. Yes, and I guess, so how many pumpkins do you think you're going to be selling in the next couple of weeks?
So we've got pumpkins and squash, lots of great squash as well, but we've got 200,000 units of pumpkins and squash. So we're open for the whole of October. We hopefully will get 100,000 people down to the farm for photo opportunities, a bit of colour. It can be dreary in October. You can see there on the screen, this is the time lapse of us building the Paddington tribute to the Queen. But quite often there's nothing much to do in October than go inside. It's getting a bit colder, watch some Netflix. So to actually get out with the family, take some pictures and pick some pumpkins isn't a bad thing to do.
No, it's not at all. Tom, it's really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. It's really good to see you and that whopper behind you. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
I'm going to a pumpkin patch in a couple of weeks.
Are you?
To do a bit of picking, yeah.
Why?
Because I've been told it's a nice thing to do.
Yeah, but you just get left with a load of smelly pumpkins in your house, don't you?
Oh, yeah, but you've got to carve a pumpkin and put it on the porch or whatever.
think?
Oh, yeah. Get into the spirit.
I've always thought I've done that, and then I've always felt guilty and thought, I ought to try and make soup or something from them. Horrible.
When I was a kid, it was always turnips that we used. So there you go. Anyway, look, we're out of time for this hour. They fly by so quickly, but we're back with much more for you after the weather. Let's have a look at the weather for you. In the UK, it's mainly dry for England and Wales, wet and windy for Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Well, the southwest will be dry throughout today, although skies will become increasingly hazy as the day progresses. It'll be increasingly breezy too, with highs around 15 to 17.
Best of the sunshine today found across southeast England and East Anglia. Highs of about 19 Celsius, but they will be tempered somewhat by that breeze.
After a bright start across Wales, it'll turn increasingly cloudy, but remaining dry until around dusk. Winds will be strengthening, with highs of 17.
Now, the Midlands today, pretty dry until after dark. Best of the sunshine during the first half of the day. Those southwesterly winds will pick up, with highs reaching the mid-teens.
Northern England will start the day dry and bright, but rain will begin to push in from the northwest throughout the afternoon. Highs will reach about 14, but will feel cool in the wind.
Now, it's going to be rather wet and windy for Scotland. Gales possible in the north this morning. Skies likely to brighten in the west later. Top temperatures of about 14 Celsius.
The wet and windy weather will also dominate in Northern Ireland for much of the day, but drier and brighter weather will likely return late on in the afternoon.
So that band of rain continuing to move south as we head into the evening, with blustery showers following. And that's how your weather's looking today.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Ten people now have died following an explosion at that petrol station in the Republic of Ireland.
Good morning to you. It's 8 o'clock. It's Sunday, the 9th of October, and this is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
And we're live across the whole of the UK, on your TV, on your radio, online. Wherever you are, you can take us with you. Please do. Here are the top stories this morning.
Well, the Irish Premier has paid tribute to the victims of a petrol station explosion in Donegal as the names of some of the 10 people killed begin to emerge. Micheál Martin said the unspeakable tragedy had shocked the entire nation.
Vladimir Putin has ordered extra security around the Kerch Bridge in Crimea as limited traffic, they say, starts to resume. 3 people we know were killed in the truck bomb explosion that destroyed parts of that bridge.
The Scottish serial killer Peter Tobin has died after falling ill at the prison where he was serving 3 life sentences. He's said to have been in total denial about his crimes and never admitted his guilt for the killings that he carried out.
And a new picture has been released of one of the Queen's favourite ponies, who made a poignant appearance, if you remember, at the funeral. Emma, the fell pony, stood at the side of the Long Walk on the approach to Windsor Castle as the coffin carrying the Queen's body was driven past at her final farewell.
We'd love to hear from you this morning. Loads of you getting in touch, so we'll run through loads of those in just a couple of minutes. You know how to join in. GBViews at gbnews.uk.
Now, tributes are being paid today to the 10 victims of that devastating blast at a petrol station in Creeslach in Ireland.
Well, the explosion, we now know, claimed the lives of 4 men, 3 women, 2 teenagers and a girl who was of primary school age.
A search operation at the scene has now concluded. Meanwhile, Irish police believe the explosion was probably caused by accident, but they're not ruling out any other causes at the moment.
Well, Ireland's Prime Minister, the Taoiseach Micheál Martin, has been to the site of the explosion, says the entire nation is in mourning following the tragedy.
Our Northern Ireland reporter Doogie Beattie now joins us from that area. Good morning, Doogie. Hi there. So the actual search and recovery has concluded now.
It has indeed, and Creeslach is in shock. I'm standing here looking out to the front of me as the Aragall Mountains. I just watched the sun come over it and think what a beautiful sight what it was, and then think of what has actually happened here. Right where I'm standing now, yesterday it was full of ambulances and emergency services. They have gone. The politicians have been and gone, and this village and surrounding area are now left with their grief. And I caught up with 2 of the major political leaders here from both the Church of Ireland and Catholic Church.
This tragedy will remain with this town forever, and there are families that have had the most devastating news that they will never get over, but they'll find strength from each other. You know, this is a county that is renowned for being a big-hearted county, and the people who are going through this time will be taken to the hearts of the people of this village, this whole community, and our thoughts and our prayers are with them.
Well, the thoughts and prayers are indeed with all of them. In amongst the dead was a mother and son, father and daughter. I mean, that daughter, he had only started primary school and he took her into the shop, obviously, to get something to eat. Many of the locals here would be in there to that shop 3 times a day. There was a young girl who played rugby just up the road. She was 14 years of age, and another local who lived just above the shop. Out of the 8 that are in hospital, 7 are stable, 1 is still in quite a bad condition. And this village today, on this Sabbath day, will be looking for some answers, but also some solace within itself.
Yes, and as you were telling us earlier, Doogie, there's very much this sense of, you know, those poor people who died were just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and it could have happened to anyone.
It could. Many's a school bus was pulling through here. It was, any one of them could have been stopping at that time and getting off. It was a sheer lottery of what happened. And unfortunately for those that were caught in it and those that witnessed it, they will never ever forget it.
No, I'm sure they won't. Doogie, for now, thank you. It is just, and I think part of the shock and that grieving process that the whole area is going to start going through now is the fact that probably everybody used that shop.
Yes, that's right.
Everybody's been there, and it's going to be that whole...
You would feel that, wouldn't you? Think, yes, I was there yesterday,
It's an absolutely awful situation.
It is terrible.
Look, it's 5 minutes past 8. Let's bring you up to date with some of the other main stories this morning. And 4 cabinet ministers have urged Conservative colleagues to stand behind Liz Truss as she tries to steady the Tory ship. One of those is Penny Mordaunt. She publicly supported increasing benefits in line with inflation, despite there being no such commitment from the government on that. She now says she wants to move forward and for the party to unite.
Barristers are voting on whether to end strike action after getting a pay offer from the government. They offer further reforms to government-set fees for legal aid advocacy work and an investment of £54 million in the criminal bar and solicitors. That's according to the Ministry of Justice. The vote on that closes at midnight.
The ex-wife of serial killer Peter Tobin has said she's glad he's dead. Kathy Wilson told the Sunday Mirror that he was a monster and that she now feels relieved that he's died. He died yesterday. He was serving 3 life sentences for the rape and murder of 3 young girls.
And the former Trade Minister says he's looking forward to clearing his name following allegations of inappropriate behaviour. Conor Burns was sacked from the government yesterday after a complaint of serious misconduct last week. He's reiterated that he will cooperate fully with the investigation and that he is committed to public services.
Now, more than 1,300 people with a football banning order just won't be allowed to travel while the World Cup is on in Qatar. Fans in England and Wales who are affected by this will have to give their passports to police in an effort to help curb violence and abuse at the tournament. The Home Office says those who try to travel could face 6 months in prison and a fine. These measures come into force next Friday. We're talking about the King and the Coronation,
and
it's going to be pared down a little bit. I'm not totally against that because some of the, as long as the main bit is there. But anyway, a lot of you aren't happy with that at all. Sarah says, I don't understand why anyone would feel they need to downsize the Coronation. They have all the gear and everyone's on the payroll anyway.
They've got the ermines already hanging in the wardrobes.
These ceremonies are the one thing that Britain do really well, so stop being a stingy king and let's celebrate properly.
Stingy king, yes, he doesn't want that moniker, does he?
I just think it's not the ceremony itself. It's all the people who are now saying they can just wear sort of more ordinary attire rather than all the ermine and all the rest of it.
No, the ermine's part of it. You want to see everybody in their finery, I think.
Oh, well, let us know what you think.
I really do. Keith says, hi, I'm 70 and I've been an early riser all my life. We've been talking for the last couple of hours about why you're up so early. What a better way to start a Sunday than to put GB News on and then go off to the golf course to meet friends. Ooh. You might meet Boris Johnson, because apparently he's just taken up golf.
Oh, yeah. Bet says, happily sitting with a cup of tea with my standard poodles this morning. Thinking, as it's astronomy day, it will be a good time to turn off all the night lights. We'd save energy and help nocturnal wildlife. I live in Cornwall, so the night sky is beautiful.
Ah, yes, yeah. I do fancy the idea of going to stay in one of those dark sky places, in one of those hotels that know about it. And some of the hotels actually have resident astronomers who will teach you how to use the telescopes and then tell you what you're looking at. I think that would be really good fun.
It would. Just a quick one, because we're talking in the papers about private lives and what happens to celebrities who don't want to get involved in some of this weird PR that goes on. Morning Linda, says Susan talks so much sense regarding celebrities getting into the papers. If they want to live private lives, then they can do, she says. The ones that want to get the publicity tip the papers off about where they're going to be and all that sort of thing, which is true.
Some of them do, yeah.
These are the ones whose star is waning. Paul McCartney, she said, to name one, always lived a relatively private life with Linda.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did, actually, didn't he? I sort of think it's you've got to have your private life private.
Yes, exactly. You're entitled as well.
Quite right. Keep your thoughts coming through, GB Views at GB News.
Yeah, we'll get on to some politics. We've got lots of views coming from Scotland, actually, about the SNP.
Yes, we have.
But shall we talk to Darren McCaffrey, who's up there for us at the moment, because the SNP conference started yesterday in Aberdeen. It's day 2, I think. So let's cross now to Aberdeen for more from Darren McCaffrey. Hi there, Darren.
Yeah, very good morning, Anne. As you said, the SNP are gathering here for the second day of their annual conference. It's the first time they've met actually in person since before the pandemic. And it is really interesting, the dynamics of all of this. In many ways, the SNP should be pretty happy with where they're at. You know, they did very, very well in the last Holyrood elections. They've done very, very well to hold on to power for quite so long in many regards. And they've set a date, Nicola Sturgeon has set this date, aspirational date, for a Scottish independence referendum in October of next year. And we know next week the UK Supreme Court is going to look at whether the Scottish Government has got the power, the ability to call that referendum. However, and there is a big however, it is pretty unlikely, we think, that the UK Supreme Court is going to come down on the side of the Scottish Government. They're more likely to back the British Government's position, which is, i.e., it is Westminster that ultimately is the right to decide when a referendum in Scotland could be held on Scottish independence. And of course, Liz Truss, Boris Johnson, before her, have all made it clear that they are not in favour of a referendum at all, or if anytime soon, certainly into the future. And so Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP are in this kind of difficult position where they're now then kind of hinting at maybe the Westminster elections in 2024 becomes a de facto referendum, though in the end, of course, a general election is very different from a referendum campaign. So there are those kind of blockages at each and every side. And also for lots of voters here in Scotland, they're frankly saying to the SNP, actually, you guys have been in government for quite a long time. Lots of public services here aren't terribly great. Wouldn't it be better if you focused on that? We heard yesterday from some of the unions representing nurses saying, actually, the SNP should be focused on the health service here in Scotland. Others saying that the energy crisis, the cost of living crisis, should be the main focus of Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP, not necessarily the constitutional question. Though the SNP would argue that they have won successive elections on wanting another referendum, and they should be allowed to hold one. And all this, of course, against a changing electoral map, or at least in terms of the polls, really interestingly, Anne. Yesterday and in the past, we've heard the Scottish Government primarily attack the Conservative Party, if you like. They've been the main opposition for years here in Scotland. But Labour are now starting to get a foothold. They did quite well in the Holyrood elections. They're up in the polls. And the SNP are also turning the fire on Labour. So I suspect we'll hear an awful lot more attacks, not just on the Tories, but also on Labour too, in the days ahead, not least of all when Nicola Sturgeon takes to the stage to address the conference tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, that'll make a few headlines, won't it?
It will.
Darren, thanks very much indeed. We've got lots of views coming in already on this.
We have.
Emma says, good morning, Stephen and Anne and Darren. As someone who lives in Stonehaven in Aberdeenshire, I for one am sick to the back teeth of the SNP prattling on about independence. We had a referendum and the Scottish people spoke. Why can't this be accepted? I feel that the SNP are intent on inciting division. If independence was granted at the next referendum, what would we do then? Best of 3? I also want to say congratulations on your lovely programme. I watch every week.
Thank you very much indeed. Sean says the SNP and their supporters are the only ones wanting IndyRef 2. They've ignored the majority of Scots since they lost the last one. They should be concentrating on the NHS, cost of living, drug deaths and education. The worst administration Scotland has ever had. They're a one-trick pony, only interested in independence at any cost.
Interesting, yes.
But as Darren said, I mean, what they have got in terms of a mandate is they always fight the election on independence and they get a lot of votes. So they say they've got a mandate to pursue it.
Yes, absolutely.
So, but it's interesting. Keep your thoughts coming through on that one. Oh, we were talking about cars earlier on and how cars are getting bigger and heavier and all the rest of it. A lot of that down to electric cars and things because the batteries are very heavy. Nothing against electric cars.
No.
Last time we had to mention electric cars, we got a barrage of emails saying we were being horrible about electric cars. I'd love an electric car.
Me too. I want a Leaf.
Oh, do you?
Little Leaf. It's totally electric, isn't it? Nissan Leaf.
That's a bit of a change from what you've got now.
I've got that. Flies come back. Hang on a minute. Let me deal with it. It's in my cup of tea.
Oh, no.
Oh, yuck.
Just get to come in with fly spray this morning. There you go.
This is going to get it.
Philip says hydrogen cars are far better. You fill up in 5 minutes and cars can go nearly as far in a full tank as equivalent-sized petrol or diesel. Also the best solution for trucks and lorries. Electric cars, on the other hand, require charging, and not everybody lives in a house. Because if you live in a flat, how do you charge your electric car?
I don't know.
I don't know, but it's very interesting.
How common are hydrogen cars?
Well, I don't think you can get them at the minute, can you?
I mean, you know, the very word hydrogen, you think of something exploding, don't you?
I think that's part of the concern, isn't it? That it's, mind you, I mean, obviously petrol's extremely flammable.
Well, that's true, yes.
But of course, you do get exhaust with hydrogen, but it's water vapour.
Yes, that's right. It's a very green idea.
It's extremely green.
Oh, there's me talking about getting a Leaf. Apparently, the new Nissan Ariya is an electric crossover. No,
What's a crossover?
I don't know.
See, this is the thing, it gets very confusing. We're not fully across what it all means.
Oh, no, there's a Hyundai Nexo, which is hydrogen.
It's hydrogen?
All new
fuel
cell.
Fuel cell. I don't know.
No,
It's all
we must
very,
find out
very
about
confusing.
this. We must
hydrogen cars.
find out what the latest cars are.
It's a thing to do that, and plus it keep all the fuel stations open, because otherwise that's going to cause a lot of job.
Yeah, well, this one, for instance, is powered by a second-generation emission-free hydrogen fuel cell system.
Yeah, but is that still a type of battery?
Don't know. Need to find out.
A fuel cell indicates battery, doesn't it?
Next weekend, we will try and find an ologist who can tell us all about the latest cars. So if you were thinking now it's time to buy a new car, what should you be, if you're forward-thinking, what sort of car should you be buying? Maybe you should be looking at hydrogen.
If you can buy them. We'll have a look into it and find out. Anyway, keep your thoughts coming through. gbviews at gbnews.uk. Don't go anywhere, though. We've got royal news heading your way in a couple of minutes. Let's have a look at the weather for you. In the UK, it's mainly dry for England and Wales, wet and windy for Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Well, the southwest will be dry throughout today, although skies will become increasingly hazy as the day progresses. It'll be increasingly breezy too, with highs around 15 to 17.
Best of the sunshine today found across southeast England and East Anglia. Highs of about 19 Celsius, but they will be tempered somewhat by that breeze.
After a bright start across Wales, it'll turn increasingly cloudy, but remaining dry until around dusk. Winds will be strengthening, with highs of 17.
Now, the Midlands today, pretty dry until after dark. Best of the sunshine during the first half of the day. Those southwesterly winds will pick up, with highs reaching the mid-teens.
Northern England will start the day dry and bright, but rain will begin to push in from the northwest throughout the afternoon. Highs will reach about 14, but will feel cool in the wind.
Now, it's going to be rather wet and windy for Scotland. Gales possible in the north this morning. Skies likely to brighten in the west later. Top temperatures of about 14 Celsius.
The wet and windy weather will also dominate in Northern Ireland for much of the day, but drier and brighter weather will likely return late on in the afternoon.
So that band of rain continuing to move south as we head into the evening, with blustery showers following. And that's how your weather's looking today.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
At 8:20, I'm very briefly going to tell you about hydrogen cars.
Ooh.
So hydrogen fuel cells. So it runs like an electric car, but the electricity is created by the hydrogen. So you do fill them up at a tank into this fuel cell.
You fill up.
So you fill up the car with hydrogen.
And it goes into the fuel cell.
And then that creates electricity, which powers a small battery, which then powers the car. Couple of issues, though. One is that there are only about 12 hydrogen refilling stations in the country at the moment.
That's at the moment, yeah. But can you buy a car that...
You can buy them. You can buy them. It's the cost. Cost to travel 60 miles. This is according to CarWow. Hydrogen, £12 for 60 miles. Petrol, £10.60. Diesel, £8.50. I don't know when this was written. This might be out of date now.
So you
mean...
And
electric, £2.50.
So you're right. So the cost of actually filling up your fuel cell...
is no cheaper, at least no cheaper than petrol.
But it's zero emissions, which is good for the
zero
planet.
emissions. This was written on June the 8th.
Yeah,
so, I mean, the petrol, they've gone up a little bit since then, but not so hugely.
And, you know, also we were talking earlier in our headlines about the amazing amount of drugs that have been seized by that ship. One of our ships, £475 million worth of crystal meth or something. And I was asking, what do you do with it once you've seized it? You don't dump it in the sea, Richard says, because obviously it would poison the fish. But Mel says drugs must be officially logged, checked for source, distributors, fingerprinted, for instance, DNA as crime evidence, and then just in time for bonfire night, it gets bunged into the official incinerator. Right. So it gets burned.
I hope there's a filter on the chimney. Otherwise, whoever lives in the area have a very jolly bonfire night.
Isn't it interesting? And also, on the subject of a pared-down coronation, John says, Dear GB News, we need tourism. It's part of the UK's economy. It's one of our main industries. We should embrace the coronation and encourage the world to visit the UK to help us all celebrate. Increased tourism would bring in huge amounts of money to the UK, full hotels, sold-out restaurants, and our high street shops would also get a boost.
Absolutely.
Good point.
But that's going to happen even if this ceremony is slightly pared down.
I still think the lords and ladies should be wearing their ermine and tiaras.
You just want to be one.
Oh, yeah, I'd love that. Yes, I'll stand in.
Talking of things royal, our showbiz reporter Stephanie Tetchy is here. Good morning.
Good morning, Stephen and Anne.
Let's kick off with the Crown.
Yeah. So we've been talking about the Crown quite a bit on the show. It's due back on Netflix next month, but already the producers have been received with a lot of criticism about them planning to air that infamous interview between Princess Diana and Martin Bashir. Obviously, over the past...
So that's going to be part of the plot?
Yeah, that's going to be in one of the first few episodes, actually, and a lot of critics have been slamming it because it's against Prince William's wishes for them to air that. He's been quite vocal, even to the BBC, about how much, you know, distress it caused, because obviously it's come out of the past few years the way Martin Bashir got that interview was quite dishonourable. And even though producers from Netflix have said, you know, we're planning to show how, you know, discreditable he was with that interview, you know, critics are saying this is still going to be received with dismay from Buckingham Palace.
It's interesting.
It'll be worth watching, though.
Yeah.
Sorry, it really
I know you love the drama, Anne.
But particularly if they go into the way Martin Bashir got to do the interview, I think this is something we actually need to see.
Definitely, because I was just having a chat with one of the production staff. I feel like, you know, you hear about these things, but when you watch it, you really get an insight to it. But I know Stephen would say there's always that fine line between, you know, thinking everything you're watching is true and realising bits of it have been dramatized.
Well, you see, Hugo Vickers, who's a very well-known royal biographer, has said the Crown has been consistently dishonest from day one. They pervert the facts, they clash incidents together which did more or less happen to create something which most certainly did not.
Yeah. Well, it's, you know, I'm sure people who were, you know, much older around that time, they would be able to put two and two together. But if you're from a younger generation and you're watching it, you're going to think this is facts.
And we're now much older. Thank you very much.
People like Hugo Vickers and other royal historians and biographers have written books about the Crown.
Yeah.
Where you could, they actually go through it. You know, this is what the Crown said. This is fact. So actually, if you really want to get into it, you can.
You can get into the nitty-gritty of it all. But, you know, while Prince William has an off stance with Netflix, Prince Harry has a more closer relationship with Netflix. Because as we know, his docu-series will be coming out in December, and also he's got a tell-all memoir. But in The Sun, I was reading quite an interesting piece where they're saying that Harry and Meghan had this year of reconciliation planned, where once the documentary was out, once the book was out, they were planning to build ties again with the royal family, but they were doing that hopefully thinking the Queen would still be alive. But now it's King and the Queen Consort, and I'm sure that documentary and the book's going to have some things which are going to be quite controversial. I don't know how well this plan of reconciliation is going to go.
It's rumoured, isn't it? Very much so, particularly in all the newspapers and the royal correspondence, saying that by the sound of it, Harry and Meghan have gone back to the States, and they are trying to pull out the more contentious things they said in the book and the documentary. Whether they're succeeding in that, given that they've been given an huge amount of money for it, nobody seems to know whether or not. Because the publishers want the book to come out on Thanksgiving.
But I think that book is going to sell like hotcakes because
it will.
People just really want to know what's in there. They've also cut ties with their PR firm, Sunshine Sachs. So I do think they are trying to rebrand themselves again and hopefully be in a more favour with the public over here.
But they can't have their say and say nasty things and then hope for a year of reconciliation. That's a bit...
Well, I think they've become an entity to themselves. Did you see the picture earlier on this week with Meghan and Harry?
The power pose.
Yeah, the power pose. I did like it, guys, I'm afraid.
Did you?
Yeah, I was all for it.
Well, look, they're a very stylish couple. I mean, she is a beautiful-looking woman.
Yeah.
And she absolutely knows how to pose, doesn't she? So you can't take that away from them.
No.
It's just whether or not... Well, it's just not very royal.
Yeah.
But they don't want to be, or do they?
There's just no reality with it all.
No.
This is the thing. I'd like to see them both first thing on a Sunday morning, see how rough they both look. And that's the real you.
That's the real Meghan.
That's the real you.
No power stance.
Unpolished and just human at the minute. There's nothing very human about it.
Yeah.
You know, it was just...
But, you know, sometimes you can say, like... I don't know, I feel like with the royals as well, they always do have this polishing. It's only with the Queen's funeral where we really saw a different side to them, but they have to be.
Yes, of course they do.
Can we talk Sarah Harding? There was this Primrose Ball last night, wasn't there, in London?
Yeah, so there was a Girls Aloud reunion last night, quite emotional. One of her requests before she sadly died of breast cancer last September was for the girls to do a fundraiser for them to raise money for women between the ages of 29 and 40 who have no link to breast cancer, but funding that research to make sure that people like that who are not the target demographic are also being supported in that way. So it was quite lovely, and they've done quite a few things this week. Like they released a new campaign with Primark as well, where all the funds for that will be going to cancer research and Christie's NHS Foundation Trust.
Oh, Christie's.
Oh?
You see, Christie's is one of those, unfortunately, it's something that I think it might be in Manchester. Or
yeah.
But it's... Of course, that was where anyone who had cancer when I was growing up, it was always that thing. So, well, what's happened to Mrs. Smith? Or she's been taken to Christie's.
Oh Lord!
And it was always that thing, that phrase of being taken to Christie's. It was back in the day. You went to Christie's, you never really saw it. It was like the beginning. Times have changed with cancer now. There's been so much more research, and so the medication has improved so much. Makes a huge difference, but for people of my age and older in the Northwest, Christie's just means...
It feels like, you know, obviously nights like last night just proved that there's so much research and more, you know, further awareness that needs to go, because I remember when Sarah died last year, it was like everyone was checking their boobs and making sure everything goes well. But
how old was she?
She was only 39 years old, and she had no genetic history.
So no family
history of breast cancer. So, you know, it's good when the celebrities do it, but, you know, once they stop, you know, we
Gotta
need to
keep it
continue.
going.
Yeah.
Got to keep it going. What's going on with Kanye West? Lordy.
God.
Or as we'd like, you'd no doubt like us to say, the next president of
Oh,
the United
gosh.
States.
Oh, no, yes.
2024, he's on a mission to be president. But as everyone probably knows, this week he's been mouthing off non-stop with his, you know, he showed a collection in Paris saying White Lives Matter as a disrespect against Black Lives Matter, which he says has quite been a scam. And obviously a lot of celebrities have been attacking him, saying that, you know, it's very distasteful. And he's just been using Instagram to kind of mouth off to everybody, including Gigi Hadid, P. Diddy. And he also made quite a controversial statement to P. Diddy by saying he was controlled by Jews. And that's when Instagram had enough.
Say these things for?
Instagram has had enough now, and rightly so. So they've now restricted his account. So when your account gets restricted on Instagram, it means you can't post, you can't comment, you can't like on it and anything. And I'm like, thank God, it's time someone shut up Kanye West, because the stuff
But he's got followers. That's the dangerous thing.
Yeah.
People like him who say appalling things build up an enormous following.
They do, but I think what we can see, I don't want to just blame it on him having bipolar. There's clearly something wrong with Kanye, and I think someone has to step in. And this is what people complain about social media, giving people free rein to have these kind of stuff out there.
I mean, there needs to be an intervention, doesn't there? I mean, because clearly, I mean, and it's with the split from his wife and all the rest of it, it was quite clear that he wasn't very well. Some of the things he was saying about her. And
but now he's cutting ties with a lot of people in Hollywood who he used to say were his close friends. So I don't think this is going to end well for Kanye West. He's also been dropped from his partnership with Adidas because they're not agreeing with some of the stuff he's saying.
Yeah. Well, it's that sort of thing which actually may make him stop when the money starts drying up.
Yes.
Stephanie, thank you very much.
No worries.
We will catch up with you a little bit later on.
All right,
unless there's anything else you want to throw in.
No.
There's lots of gossip about it.
There's loads of stuff around.
Keep going all morning, couldn't we? Stephanie, thank you very much indeed. Morning Diane says, I'm loving the show this morning. We are excellent as always. Oh, thank you very much, Sue.
Nice.
But your paper reviewers are amazing. I hope they're a regular edition. Well, Susan, of course, we have on all the time.
Yeah, she's wonderful.
And Jack is Jack Sellers, who's former advisor to
Boris Johnson.
Yeah. Yes, very good indeed. Yes, so we'll
drag him on again, because I want to ask if Boris Johnson ever took his advice. Because these politicians all have their SPADs, their special advisors. You know, you wonder if any of them actually listen.
I'm sure they do, but we'll find out because they're up in a couple of minutes.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
It's 8:34. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen, and I've got a smile on my face because Stephanie has just been in, and she always brings a smile to my face.
She does, absolutely.
She's just, and yours probably, no doubt, at home. Send the love in for Stephanie, gbviews@gbnews.uk. She's just a ray of sunshine.
She is. It's always wonderful having her in, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
Lovely. Also gives you a nice chance to gossip as well.
Oh, yes.
I like a bit of that. Shall we have a look at today's front pages? They're full of gossip and politics. And, of course, The Times, for instance, focusing on that terrible bridge blast in Crimea. It says that the landmark, which was, of course, you know, a big point of pride for Vladimir Putin, they reckon that whoever blew it up, raise your eyebrows, maybe Ukraine, can get something out of it, at least.
The Observer has that as well. It says Putin has been dealt a bitter blow.
He'll be a very, very angry man over that, won't he? The feud between Michael Gove and Liz Truss is intensifying, according to the Mail on Sunday. Their headline reading, sadistic Gove is told, stop plots or let in Starmer.
The Express, Sunday Express, heads down and charge, it says. It's talking about the PM trying to revive the economy.
Yes, and it's all about uniting, because...
There's Sophie Reaper, we'll talk to her
Oh,
in a
yeah,
minute.
yes, absolutely. No, in the Sunday Telegraph, Truss tells MPs, unite or face disaster.
Peter Tobin's ex-wife gives an interview to the Sunday Mirror. I'm a serial killer, of course, that he was, who's died in prison. I'm glad my serial killer ex is dead.
And The Sun on Sunday has spoken to the ex-girlfriend of the former Strictly dancer, AJ Pritchard, telling the paper that she's devastated that he has found love elsewhere.
Let's talk to the author and journalist Susan Holder and former special advisor to Boris Johnson, Jack Sellers, who are both here in the studio this morning with their take on the stories this morning. Susan, Sunday Telegraph, Russell Crowe, of all people, has been dishing out some cash.
Of all people, so apparently a independent bookshop in Norwich called Bookbugs and Dragon Tales Bookshop launched a crowdfunder on Thursday. They were struggling, like many small companies, and particularly small independent bookshops are struggling at the moment. They launched a crowdfunder to try and kind of shore up their business, and within hours received a surprise £5,000 donation from Russell Crowe, the Gladiator star. And there isn't in the article in the Telegraph any mention of what connection he may have to the Bookbugs and Dragon Tales bookshop, or whether he was just surfing the net and came across it and decided to do a good deed, or whether it's just somebody called Russell Crowe and they presumed it's the actor.
Not many have £5,000 to just...
Well, who knows? Who knows? With just another random Russell Crowe had
He's
£5,000.
done things like this before, hasn't he?
Yes.
He's got form on this. I think he does surf the net.
I think it is him. And as a newly published author with two books out myself, and just this last year I've discovered the literary world and the bookshop world in a way. Obviously I've always been a reader and I'm a writer, but the world of independent bookshops is a fascinating place. So obviously a lot of people buy their books from the big Amazon giants, Waterstones, Foyles, the big bookshops. But little independent bookshops are where I, as a new writer, have been going around meeting people, doing events, and it's a whole world of communities. So I'm doing an event actually in London at the Dublin Castle in Camden on Wednesday, but I need an independent bookshop to support me. So Primrose Hill Books is the bookshop that's coming along to help me. I did another event a couple of weeks ago at a place in Ludlow called Castle Bookshop. They've got a secret garden where authors have... It was amazing. So I went and they've got little communities of people who support their events. Because obviously I'm not a name that's going to draw many people, but these bookshops have people who want to go and find things to do and talk to authors who write all sorts of different books. And if you're looking for things to do, look at what your independent bookshop that are more out there than you think.
And they're much more fun than you think.
And they're much more fun.
They work really hard.
Oh, we've had all the bookshop events I've done, you get about 30 people in a room, or in this one in a secret garden, which was amazing. And it's such a laugh. And you talk about your book, but they share stories, and it is just an amazing. I've never been to one before. I kind of had to do them, and I'm ashamed of that because they actually are so great. It's lovely.
It shows the power of the internet at the moment in terms of for these local independent stores or local pubs, local businesses, whatever they are. That with crowdfunding, what it is these days, just the amount of people they can reach. I know there was recently there was a local pub in London where George Orwell used to drink, I believe, and they were sort of threatened with closure or something over some local planning thing or complaint or something. Very nice pub, like a local landmark, obviously, with George Orwell tie. But yeah, they put something on Instagram, I think it was, and it just went absolutely viral. And you had all celebrities sort of endorsing it, saying one of the best pubs, and I think they're sort of protected now into the long term. So
it is interesting. The internet can be a wonderful thing.
It certainly can. Because how would Russell Crowe and the Norwich bookshop were linking up together? Who would have thought? Brilliant.
Maybe he'll turn up for a little book reading. You never know.
That'd be cool.
Jack, in the Sun on Sunday, looking at burglary in the UK, which apparently is getting worse.
Yeah, well, the Sun go as far as calling it a burglary epidemic, which so the story focuses on sort of some high-level stats, really, which are actually quite shocking. But it talks about how look at this stat here: just 5% of burglars who are actually caught are jailed. But there's other stats in here about the actual response time or the responsiveness of police forces across the country. I think it says here in crime hotspots such as London, only half of all burglaries are actually attended by an officer. So the Sun go as far as calling it an epidemic, and the public are actually now having to turn to private security firms to plug the gap. But I think this is interesting, sort of, having seen lots of polling in sort of government on what the public's priorities are. We saw this in the 2019 election. No doubt it'll be a massive part in the forthcoming election in the coming years. But, crime is one of the huge priorities of the public, rightly so. I don't think these stats will sort of go any way to reassuring people.
It's difficult, though, isn't it? I'm torn on this one. I was burgled, years ago, when I lived in a flat in London. And the police did come round and did the old fingerprint dust and all the rest of it, but did say at the time, we're not going to catch anyone. And so you then look at that and go, well, it's a waste of time and resources. I'm even coming to do the fingerprints, isn't it? If they're not going to catch anyone.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, but
at the end of the day, they have to attend and have to deal with these things. You can't just have burglaries of your house and stealing laptops or stealing whatever it is. Only last week we saw at Liverpool Street Station in London there was I think this is a sign of the times in a way that. Crime is at a worrying rate, especially in London, because this wasn't actually a huge story. Me and Susan were talking about this before. There was a stabbing of 3 people. There was an attempted bike robbery at the station. This was at 20 to 10 in the morning on Friday. This is like peak time. Visible broad daylight. I think it was like pretty close to a police station. And not many people had heard about this. But 3 people stabbed in one moment after they all tried to protect the person who had their bike stole. It's just very worrying sign of the times that this sort of thing can happen in broad daylight now. And they've got the broad neck to try and go out and do this sort of thing,
Yeah, no, I agree. Something needs to be done. Something does need to be done. It ain't right. I'll tell you what else isn't right. Garlic bread. Garlic
bread. Well done.
Thank you.
You're going back in time. For anyone who doesn't know, that's a Peter Kay reference. So,
I wondered what on earth you were on about.
Did you?
Garlic bread.
It's a famous Peter Kay joke.
Love
he quotes his dad going, garlic bread. Garlic bread's a crazy thing. Right. So, we are going back because I wouldn't have thought it was so long ago, but apparently it was 2018 that Peter Kay pulled that big tour.
Is it that long ago?
When he was due to go out and suddenly had to cancel.
He's not been well, has he?
Well, yes, I think there was something afoot.
Yeah.
But I think there was somebody here who might have had tickets for that. Is that?
Yeah, that is true. I'm a conflict of interest here. I'm a huge Peter Kay fan. I managed to get tickets for that tour, which was, I think that was awaited for years. He hadn't been, even before that, he was sort of in a quiet spell. Going back to an earlier conversation about celebrities staying out of the limelight, I think Peter Kay is a prime example. Yeah. But,
so what he had
I didn't know this. He had a big tour planned.
Like a big comeback tour thing, and then
and all of us, it did go. So a lot of, obviously people got the money back, but people were very disappointed because he wasn't able to tour. But the news in the Sunday People, it says that he has been performing secret stand-up gigs, sparking speculation, and that's all I think it is at the moment, that there may be another comeback tour, a big tour planned. And apparently he played the Lowry in Salford last week. And his shows, it says here, were so hush-hush that fans said they had to whisper when picking up the tickets because they didn't want anybody else, they wouldn't spark mass panic for the Peter Kay tickets, and also handed over phones to ensure no recordings were leaked.
Oh.
So that's quite interesting. So, and somebody's tweeted it was the weirdest but best experience. So obviously, I love Peter Kay. I've met Peter several times. My husband.
Oh, have you?
My husband's worked with him. He was in Max and Paddy, which was the spin-off from Phoenix Nights. So the rise of the Phoenix is the headline. So the hope that Peter Kay may return to big venues would be great, and that's
Peter
what we
Kay.
all need, a bit of Peter Kay.
Yeah, it's piling on the pressure now. He's in the Sunday.
Well,
No, I know.
Yeah, but I tell you, if any message gets, if any of you know Peter Kay. I did this last time with Ruth Maddock. And
You did, it worked, it worked.
If anybody knows Peter Kay, tell him we just want to see him back.
Yeah.
We want to see. He's one of the funniest men this country's ever produced.
We once went to see him and we went back to the dressing room in the interval, actually, because after a show he just goes home. There's no kind of staying around for him. So we went to see him in the interval, and he was quite an active show. He was sliding across the show on his knees. He was on stage on his knees. He was doing all the kind of running around that he does, and he was eating fish and chips out of the paper like really quickly because he was hungry and he had to go back on. And it was and he hadn't got. I had to scour the backstage of I think it was the Manchester Apollo to find a fork for him so that he wouldn't be too greasy when he went back on stage.
Oh,
and it was just so bizarre as we were running around backstage as Peter Kay was eating his fish and chips in the interval, but while being incredibly funny the whole way through the interval, as well as he had been in obviously the first half of the show and the second half.
Yeah.
He's a comedy genius, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Brilliant.
Meanwhile, back to boring old politics, and Suella Braverman, the new Home Secretary, is being outspoken about cannabis.
Yeah, sorry to bring the tone back to a less light note, but it carries on with the theme of sort of crime, etc. But yeah, so basically, the Times running a story saying that the Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, is thinking of making cannabis a Class A drug, and I think this will be interesting for your viewers. I'm sure this is a very controversial Marmite sort of subject. You know, a lot of people got views on whether it should be legalised or whether it shouldn't stay.
Never can you get them to compromise.
Never can you get them to compromise. But it's interesting in the light that only in the last few days, President Biden put out a series of tweets where he was talking about the federal legalisation of marijuana in the US, and even sort of presidential pardons for some people who have got, who have been convicted for carrying cannabis or something in the past. But this is going to be one of these Marmite situations for the country. Personally, I grew up in South Wales in Caerphilly. I knew a lot of people who, smoke cannabis quite lightly. I sort of agree with Suella. I always saw cannabis as a bit of a gateway drug. Me and Susan were talking before this, that it can lead. It opens up, people smoke cannabis and they say, I'm fine on cannabis, and so I'll try, cocaine or whatever, I'll try next thing, and it just leads and leads and leads. And then you also get those, you get loads of people who actually can never just leave in. It makes them more paranoid and all this sort of stuff. So, but look, your viewers are going to have...
And you get other people who say it's absolutely fine.
And it's absolutely fine, yeah, and you see CBD oil.
You who drink alcohol, don't you tell me.
Yeah, exactly. And there's arguments about the sort of, it's used across the country on such mass that the economy could benefit from taxing it and all this sort of stuff. But your viewers are going to have some serious views on this, and I'd be interested to see what they say. But for me, I think Suella is going down the right path on this.
Not just drive it more underground, because you're not going to. You see, the thing is, the gateway drug argument. I remember I mentioned this the other day. Professor David Knott, who was the drug czar, who said A, alcohol is more dangerous, and B, it's a gateway drug because it's illegal. And if it was taken out of that legal sphere, it then isn't a gateway drug.
But also just on the alcohol argument, I've seen lots of studies from others who say that cannabis is actually much more harmful than alcohol.
I think the very, very strong stuff is, but if you legalise
I think it does. It's a chemical and it affects different people in different ways. Yes. And I've definitely known people who thought they were just very light smokers of cannabis and thought it was just as, it's no worse than having a drink, or it's no worse. And the paranoia and mental health issues that has resulted, I would say, point very heavily to the cannabis use that they have.
But it's legalised in several states in America now, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the argument for legalising goes back to the other story that we had about crime time, actually, a legalisation of it to a certain extent. And I'm not arguing for or against, because I do think it is one of those things I can see it from both sides. But actually, if you legalise it and it decriminalises and stops the crime around it to a certain extent, the impact then could be beneficial.
And that seems to be the experience in California, doesn't
it? Yeah, but look, even in the UK, we're starting to see it being more. It's becoming a more open market than what it was 20 years ago. With CBD oil now is quite widely used, and it's used for migraines and all that sort of stuff. So and that's running contrary to my own argument. But
but that has no cannabinoids in it.
No, it's just
and I think that confuses people. I've spoken to older people who really would benefit from CBD oil, but they won't touch it because they think they're doing something that's a bit dodgy, and it's a drug. So I think, in a way, putting those two things together is misleading for people, actually.
But whatever happens, it'll be interesting to see the reaction of one of your viewers, the country, to this sort of moving in this direction, whether they do.
Well, I tell you, it'll be this. There'll be 50% totally again't it and 50% for it. And we've done so many over the years, haven't you? So many interviews about legalising cannabis, and you can't get consensus on it at all.
I don't know. I'm naturally very anti-drug. But I also look at it and say, well, they've tried so much over the decades and nothing yet has worked. So do we need a fresh approach? I don't know. I don't know that putting it in Class A is necessarily going to do the right thing. But I don't know.
Well, what they could do with the lessons on disagreeing well. Susan, you've got a story then. Generation Z.
Yeah, so we had a conversation. I asked whether is it Generation Z or Z, and apparently it's Generation Z, so now we know. Who they are, I'm still not quite sure. But that generation,
young people.
I think they're 13 to... young people.
Young people.
The 13 to 26-year-olds.
Oh, is that right? 13 to 26?
That's what it says here. I'm only quoting. Don't quote
my
me.
Sons, then. They're all Gen
on
Z.
This. Yes, my son's just out of that then because he's 27. What generation is he? We don't know. But anyway, schools and universities are talking about introducing classes on the art of disagreeing well. Well, I'm not against this, really, because I think we should disagree with people and be able to listen to other people's point of view and healthily disagree. But I just think my husband will think this is hilarious that I'm talking about lessons on how to disagree, because I don't need any on that. Because
you're always right.
No, because
sorry, Natalie.
No, that's not. Well, but thank you for that. Maybe I'll just agree with that. But see, I'm arguing with you already. Apparently, my default position is to argue first and then kind of talk about it later. And I think it's because I was parented in a way that I was told no a lot, not wrongly, actually. And I think, as a parent, tell your kids no. It's quite good for them in many ways, depending on what you're telling them no about. But actually, it's good to have, if you set the bar quite low on what you'll tolerate and you say no a lot, children learn to kind of argue and fight their corner, and there's nothing wrong with that. I once remember speaking to a friend of mine who wasn't told no a lot. She was kind of given everything she wanted as a child, and I was always quite jealous of that. But as we got older, she said that she ended up in quite an abusive relationship. She said, I never learnt how to fight my corner. Whereas I will kind of come out of the traps going, what do you mean? And then kind of listen to the person's point of view, maybe. But I will come out arguing because I think I was told no a lot as a child. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that you kind of do that.
I think the most interesting thing is learning how to disagree without falling out.
Yes. And agree to disagree.
Agree to disagree. Have we got time?
No, we haven't. No.
Well, we have got time.
No, we haven't. No, we haven't. We haven't, because we've got to... In fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to suggest.
You don't want me to sulk?
I'll give him what for during the break.
I will. I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask our lovely director to drop the headlines, if you would.
Well, that means we have got time.
No, it doesn't, because it means we've got to talk to... we've got to head up to Manchester, because we've got to talk about the half marathon.
Ah, yes.
Because you'd forgotten about that.
No, I'd forgotten about that.
Thank heavens.
Will Smith checked for an Oscar. That's all I wanted to say.
I hope he doesn't win. Anyway, the Manchester Half Marathon is back this year with a new race route, which is going to see runners take on the city centre for the first time ever.
With over 15,000 runners taking on the 13.1-mile challenge, the starting point apparently is going to be on Chester Road near Trafford Bar tram stop, with the finish line on the Talbot Road.
Yes, well, let's head up there, should we get the words out. Our North West of England reporter Sophie Reaper is there. She's itching, she's ready to go. Morning, Sophie.
Because it's not too long before we get you underway.
Very good morning to you both. Yes, we're here in sunny Manchester this morning, ready for the half marathon. Now, you can probably see behind me, people are starting to line up because the race is going to begin any minute. The wheelchair athletes will be set off at around 5:02. At 9 o'clock, the elite athletes will begin, and then and all other athletes taking part today will be released in waves over the coming hour. I can hear the announcer behind me trying to get the white wave runners ready to go. Now, as you mentioned, this route will see them take on the city centre for the very first time. They'll come just along here, and you can't see, but the Manchester skyline looks absolutely fabulous this morning. They'll head into the city centre up to the iconic Beetham Tower. They'll then take almost a U-turn and head away from the city centre, so then we'll see them come back past us down here. They'll head past Manchester United's ground, Old Trafford. Now, thankfully, the organisers have managed to arrange this on a day where Manchester United are away. They're playing Everton this evening. Otherwise, I can only imagine what the traffic would have been like. Now, this race began its first ever one was in 2016, and alongside the Manchester Marathon, which is scheduled to take place, I believe, in April next year. With the two events in 2021, they managed to raise £3.2 million for charity. Now, that's something they're hoping to beat again with their total for this year. Now, Manchester as a city has become well renowned in the running community for being very, very flat, and there's very few hills on this course, and that means that it's ideal for people to run their personal best. So I imagine that when we speak to people at the end of today's half marathon, we'll see some very, very happy runners who will have run some very, very fast times, we hope.
Well, let's hope so. It looks fantastic, and you've got nice weather for it as well, though. Is it a little bit chilly, Sophie, at the minute?
It is a bit chilly, actually. You know, the sun is shining, but we have got that typical crisp northern morning here this Sunday morning. You can probably tell that I am a bit cold. Probably my hands are a little bit blue, but I'm sure once the runners begin their race for today, they'll warm up nice and quickly. They've got 13.1 miles to get nice and toasty.
Yeah. Sophie, go and get a cup of tea to warm your hands. Thank you very much indeed.
Yes, those runners will be working up a nice clammy sweat.
Oh, they will. We're talking about electric vehicles and things. A lot of people aren't very keen on them. A lot of you aren't very keen on them. I still think they're a good idea. However, there are legitimate questions. Mike says massive quantities of CO2 are released in creation of batteries for electric vehicles. This means electric cars may never offset this initial pollution. Yeah, I mean, there's got to be a way. It's part of a process, though, isn't it? You make the better technology for batteries and all the rest of it, and then cleaner while we're driving them and all the rest of it.
Don't forget to get in touch with us as well and tell us what you're doing today, what you're up to. We always like to hear what you're up to at the moment. Maybe you're still in bed watching the TV with a nice cup of tea, or maybe you are planning something really exciting to do. We'd love to hear from you.
Or even just a nice Sunday lunch with the family. Having a family day. What a lovely thing to do.
at gbnews.uk. That's how to get in touch with us.
Yeah. All the top stories heading your way in just a moment. First, though, let's have a look at the forecast. Let's have a look at the weather for you. In the UK, it's mainly dry for England and Wales, wet and windy for Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Well, the southwest will be dry throughout today, although skies will become increasingly hazy as the day progresses. It'll be increasingly breezy too, with highs around 15 to 17.
Best of the sunshine today found across southeast England and East Anglia. Highs of about 19 Celsius, but they will be tempered somewhat by that breeze.
After a bright start across Wales, it'll turn increasingly cloudy, but remaining dry until around dusk. Winds will be strengthening, with highs of 17.
Now, the Midlands today, pretty dry until after dark. Best of the sunshine during the first half of the day. Those southwesterly winds will pick up, with highs reaching the mid-teens.
Northern England will start the day dry and bright, but rain will begin to push in from the northwest throughout the afternoon. Highs will reach about 14, but will feel cool in the wind.
Now, it's going to be rather wet and windy for Scotland. Gales possible in the north this morning. Skies likely to brighten in the west later. Top temperatures of about 14 Celsius.
The wet and windy weather will also dominate in Northern Ireland for much of the day, but drier and brighter weather will likely return late on in the afternoon.
So that band of rain continuing to move south as we head into the evening, with blustery showers following. And that's how your weather's looking today.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
10 people are now known to have died following an explosion at a petrol station in Ireland.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock on Sunday, the 9th of October. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV, your radio and online. So wherever you are and whatever you're up to today, you can take us with you.
So here are the top stories you need to know about this morning. The Irish Premier has paid tribute to the victims of the petrol station explosion in Donegal in Ireland, as the names of some of the 10 people killed are now being emerging. Michael Martin said the unspeakable tragedy had shocked the entire nation.
Vladimir Putin has ordered extra security around Kerch Bridge in Crimea as apparently limited traffic is starting to resume. 3 people were killed in a truck explosion that destroyed parts of the bridge.
And the Scottish serial killer Peter Tobin has died after falling ill at the prison where he was serving 3 life sentences. The serial killer was said to have been in total denial about his crimes and never admitted his guilt for the killings he carried out.
And a new picture has been released of the Queen's favourite pony, who made a poignant appearance at her funeral. It's Emma the Fell Pony. If you're listening on the radio, you'll have to check it out online on the GB News app. You remember she stood at the side of the Long Walk on the approach to Windsor Castle as the coffin carrying the Queen was driven past.
Yeah, and if anyone's watching from Buckingham Palace, we'd just love to know why you've released, officially, a picture of a horse. It's just an odd thing to do.
It's strange, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's nice, but odd.
Yeah, we can't quite get to the bottom
I think it must be
of that
because they've been asked for it by so many people, probably. Something to do with that.
It's a
very nice picture of a horse.
Lovely picture.
Yes.
If you know, get in touch. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
And as ever, we said we'd love to hear what you're up to today. It's nice. It's a Sunday. And wherever you are, you've probably got something planned. It would be lovely to share that with you. So gbnews@gbviews, or no, the other way around, gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Yeah, give us some ideas. Yeah, tributes are being paid to the 10 victims of a devastating blast at a petrol station in Ireland.
The explosion claimed the lives we now know of 4 men, 3 women, 2 teenagers and a girl of primary school age.
Well, the search operation at the scene has now concluded. Police believe the explosion was caused by an accident, but at this stage, they're not officially ruling out other causes.
And the Irish Taoiseach, Michael Martin, who visited the site of the explosion, says that the entire nation is mourning following the tragedy.
Well, let's talk to Doogie Beattie, who's in Donegal for us this morning. And we can't even begin to imagine, Doogie, what the community, immediately round the village, but actually in the whole surrounding area must be going through.
Indeed. In fact, it is amazing how quickly things move on, but everything stays the same. Exactly where I'm standing now is where all the emergency services were parked yesterday. You can see the wreckage in behind me over my shoulder of that particular petrol station. But they have gone. The politicians have come in and gone. Later on today, there'll be more investigators come in and possibly a demolition crew to come in. But the people here are now this morning just on their way to Mass. In fact, some of them brought me a cup of tea on the way through. They're away for a private ceremony. And really, that is the community trying to get together to figure out not only why it happened and why it happened to certain people, but in the strangest sort of way as why didn't it happen to them? Because they would have been in and out of this shop as many times in a day as anyone else. And I spoke with a couple of religious leaders to find out what the community were thinking.
This tragedy will remain with this town forever, and there are families that have had the most devastating news that they will never get over, but they'll find strength from each other. You know, this is a county that is renowned for being a big-hearted county, and the people who are going through this time will be taken to the hearts of the people of this village, this whole community, and our thoughts and our prayers are with them.
Well, questions will now be asked by the community of their political representatives to find out exactly what answers are needed here. For closure on anything, people always need to know why, and that will be a big problem for the politicians in Ireland.
Terrible thing, Doogie, obviously, and I think when you hear about the stories of who was killed, you obviously realise that they were just people who were in the wrong place at the wrong time, and you think also, you know, maybe I myself was there yesterday, could have happened to me. It has a strangely and very sadly a unifying effect, obviously from all religious sides, but north and south in the island of Ireland.
It does. I mean, this is a village much like my own village that I live in, and one of the girls that was killed here was with her father. Another young lad was with his mother. There was a local living above the shop. You know, these are just normal, everyday people. There was no malice here. There was no crime as in such as somebody was trying to prove something. There wasn't a terrorist attack. This was one of the strangest things ever, and it could have been any single one of us. It could have been anywhere in the UK, anywhere in Europe where you just pulled in, something went wrong, and within those minutes, your life was destroyed and those around you were torn to pieces forever. This will be a scar on Ireland's landscape for generations to come, and especially in and around little villages like this. As I've said so many times, these villages link the whole way to Letterkenny. They marry through one another, they worship together, they play together, and they really are, in the true essence, a community.
Okay, look, Doogie, for now, thank you very much indeed. And it is, I think, you know, it's not only the tragedy of what happened that obviously the immediate families and things are going to be dealing with, but the shock for even if you don't know that area particularly, but you're just a few miles away, you know, it's the absolute shock of something as devastating as that going on. And so appearing at the moment anyway to be so utterly random. Like I said, in the wrong place at the wrong time, and something like that happens. Yeah. There by the grace of God. Exactly, that's how you feel, isn't it? Yeah. It is 7 minutes past 9. Let's bring you up to date with some of the other headlines this morning. And 4 Cabinet Ministers have urged Conservative colleagues to stand behind Liz Truss as she tries to steady the Tory ship. The 4 ministers have called for the party to unite. And barristers are voting on whether to end their strike action after getting a pay offer from the government. It's about reforms to government-set fees for legal aid advocacy work and an investment of £54 million in the criminal bar and solicitors, according to the Ministry of Justice. And the vote on that closes today at midnight. And more than 1,300 people who have a football banning order won't be allowed to travel abroad at all while the World Cup in Qatar is on. Fans in England and Wales who are affected by these bans will have to give their passports to police to try to curb violence and abuse at the tournament. The Home Office says those who try to travel could face 6 months in prison and a fine. The measures come into force on Friday. Any of those under the ban that wanted to travel to other countries will need specific permission.
Now, according to Russian authorities, they say they've partially reopened that road and rail bridge to Crimea after the enormous explosion apparently caused by a truck that led to part of this Kerch road bridge falling into the sea.
Now, reports suggest at least 3 people were killed in that explosion. It is a key supply route for the Kremlin's invasion of Ukraine.
Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin has now ordered much tighter security on the bridge, as you'd understand.
Well, let's talk to Mary Dejevsky, who's Foreign Affairs columnist at The Independent, who joins us now. It's good to see you this morning.
See you too.
How significant is this? I mean, and is it fair to say it has been an attack on that bridge from the Ukrainian side?
Well, I think that's probably the single clearest thing that can be said. But it's very important for 2 reasons. One of them is the logistical point that you made, that it's a key supply route for the Russians, for troops, military material, weapons. Everything has been coming across that bridge, especially the rail bit of the bridge. That's the first thing. But the second thing is equally important, which is that it's hugely symbolic. This is a bridge that was identified with Vladimir Putin from the very beginning. He said, after the annexation of Crimea, we have to build a bridge to the mainland to link the peninsula with mainland Russia. It was built in record time. It's supposed to be the longest bridge in Europe, though I think that's disputed.
But it does look very impressive, doesn't it?
It's 12 miles long.
Gosh.
And it has, we've seen it. It's got the road bridge running alongside the rail bridge. And for this to be damaged, even if it's temporarily damaged, it's not clear quite how substantial the damage has been, but for this to be damaged the day after Putin's 70th birthday, this is hugely symbolic. And you saw all the pictures of people in Ukraine looking at their mobiles, looking at the pictures and really saying, this is victory. That's the morale booster to Ukrainians is huge.
As it is said, when it was built, it was very much his pet project, as you say, from the beginning. And when it was built, he wanted to be the first to drive across it and did so.
And
so
he was, yes.
Furious about this, weren't he?
Absolutely. And what's interesting to me is that they say that they're boosting security. Well, it's one of those things which would have had enormous security already. But, we've all looked at it. It's incredibly difficult to have 100% security on something like that. It's going across the water. It's very difficult for me to see how you can get 100% security. But also, in my mind, it's hard to see Russia leaving this without some sort of revenge. Now, what are they going to do? Some people are looking at what's happened overnight and saying, there's been missile attacks on Zaporizhzhia, on a block of flats in Zaporizhzhia. Doesn't look to me as though that is necessarily a reprisal for the bridge. It's that sort of war as Russia has been waging it.
So you think if there is any instinct for repercussion, that Russia will be planning something bigger and bolder?
Bigger and bolder, something more emblematic, something that has a sort of symbolic value equivalent to the symbolic value of the bridge. That's just my view. That may be wrong. But
strategically, is that a price worth paying? Well, the Ukrainians have looked at this and said, well, that's a price worth paying for the fact that we are now being seen to be taking the fight to Russia.
Well, again, there's 2 aspects of this. One of them is Yes, it is. But there's a background to it as well, which is my understanding is that not quite since the beginning of the war, but almost, Ukraine has been asking for help and for sort of tacit approval from its Western allies to destroy the bridge. And either it didn't have the capability or the Western allies said, look, hang on here, this could be a problem. Because if you need help, then it implicates us. If you don't need help, it's a symbolic thing. You have to realise this is a huge, huge risk. Now, that it has been done now, and one has to assume that it's Ukraine that's done it, has that policy changed?
And it's
very interesting.
Yeah, why would Ukraine, they've got so much else to think about, why would they think of damaging that bridge?
Because of the symbolic value. It's just so gigantic. I mean, it has the logistical point that it can hinder and block some of Russia's supplies to Ukraine. But at the moment, Russia has an alternative route because it occupies the southern bit of Ukraine that abuts Crimea. So at the moment, it has an alternative route.
But are they also saying, you know, we're not going to just stop at what's happened this year, we're going to take Crimea back as well?
That's another very, very interesting point, because after about the first couple of months of the war, and Ukraine was doing better than most people had predicted, they started saying, well, we don't just want back the bits of our country that Russia has occupied like now, we want Crimea back, which was annexed in 2014, though the annexation wasn't recognised internationally, obviously. But as things have gone along, more and more Ukrainians have talked about the realistic proposition of getting Crimea back. Now, outside Ukraine, I think there's probably a general view that that would be extremely difficult and possibly inadvisable, that it will have to be one of these things that's sort of up for discussion if there are negotiations to end the war. But I can increasingly see a scenario where Crimea becomes more risky for Russia, that it becomes unsafe for Russia. This is the main base for its Black Sea fleet, its only warm water port. This is a major holiday destination for Russians. If they start feeling that it's unsafe, that it's vulnerable, that may be a bigger argument in favour of Ukraine one day getting it back than any military action.
Isn't that interesting? Mary Dziejewski, really good to talk to you. Thank you. Thank you for shedding a light on it, actually, because it just clarifies a lot of what is going on.
Actually, can I ask one more? Well, I was just thinking that you said that the bombing of that bridge will be so interesting because every Ukrainian will be looking on their mobile phone and have seen it. Will any Russians be looking on their mobile phone and seeing that, or would that be blocked in some way?
I mean, I don't think it would be blocked because, well, I mean, it probably won't be reported as such, but obviously the security measures are being reported so that Russians can draw their own conclusions. Also, a lot of Russians have, you know, they're bypassing the official media blocks and they're finding other ways on social media of finding information. So, yes.
So they will be aware.
They'll be very well aware of that, yes.
Mary, thank you.
Pleasure.
Fascinating.
Fascinating, because it's gonna have to be something from the inside, isn't it? It's gonna have to be pressure mounting in Russia, I should think, to bring an end to all of this. Well, ultimately, yeah. Look, we've got lots more to come for you in just a couple of minutes, including a former Met detective's take on the death of the notorious serial killer Peter Tobin. Not just that he's died, but of what secrets may he have taken with him. Let's have a look at the weather for you. In the UK's mainly dry for England and Wales, wet and windy for Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Well, the southwest will be dry throughout today, although skies will become increasingly hazy as the day progresses. It'll be increasingly breezy too, with highs around 15 to 17.
Best of the sunshine today found across southeast England and East Anglia. Highs of about 19 Celsius, but they will be tempered somewhat by that breeze.
After a bright start across Wales, it'll turn increasingly cloudy, but remaining dry until around dusk. Winds will be strengthening, with highs of 17.
Now, the Midlands today, pretty dry until after dark. Best of the sunshine during the first half of the day. Those southwesterly winds will pick up, with highs reaching the mid-teens.
Northern England will start the day dry and bright, but rain will begin to push in from the northwest throughout the afternoon. Highs will reach about 14, but will feel cool in the wind.
Now, it's going to be rather wet and windy for Scotland. Gales possible in the north this morning. Skies likely to brighten in the west later. Top temperatures of about 14 Celsius.
The wet and windy weather will also dominate in Northern Ireland for much of the day, but drier and brighter weather will likely return late on in the afternoon.
So that band of rain continuing to move south as we head into the evening with blustery showers following. And that's how your weather's looking today.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
"9:20 morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV, online and on your radio.
Yeah, and we've been asking you, funny noises in the studio, we've been asking you what you're doing today. Judith says we're having our booster jabs at 10 o'clock. Yeah,
Oh, good
well
for
done,
you. Get them done. Sylvia says, celebrating Canadian Thanksgiving with my family. What's Canadian Thanksgiving?
Well, it's obviously not the same as American Thanksgiving.
Oh,
it's
can't be.
completely different. I didn't know there was a Canadian
No, I didn't.
Thanksgiving.
Anyway, turkey trimmings and homemade pumpkin pie. We were talking about pumpkin pie, weren't we, a little bit? I don't think I've ever had it. I'd like to try it.
Well, there you are. There's a project for us next weekend. We'll make some pumpkin pie for you.
Oh, there you go. Lovely.
Can't see any point in it, really. You know, you think, why not make it with something nicer? Sally Ann says, I'm in bed watching you on this lovely Yorkshire Sunday morning. She says, I was diagnosed with breast cancer back in August. I'm so sorry. And I've had my first round of chemo, so I'm taking it easy today. Please give a shout out to everyone, women and men, to check.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier in the week. Was it on Tuesday? And we had someone talking about breast cancer in men. Although it's a very small percentage of men who get it, but you still need to check and check your sort of breast area, but also under the arms and all that sort of thing. I think women are sort of know what to look for a little bit more than men do.
It's not so much what to look for is if you do it regularly, you get to know what you are like normally, you know, what your body is like, and then it's much easier to think, well, that's different. What's changed?
Yeah.
And then you notice changes, and that's why it is so important.
Yeah, so we all need to do a bit of that. Anyway, on to the news that the convicted serial killer Peter Tobin has died in Edinburgh. He was serving 3 life sentences for the murder of 3 young women, Angelica Cluck, Vicky Hamilton and Dina McNichol.
Now, Tobin, who is suspected to be one of the UK's worst serial killers, with many more victims that we don't know about, well, he was reportedly interviewed in the final hours of his life as police tried to get him to reveal his secrets.
Well, let's talk to former Detective Chief Superintendent of the Met, Kevin Hurley. Kevin, good to see you this morning. It's extremely difficult with these sort of people, isn't it? Because their secrets end up being their only little bit of power.
Yeah, that's exactly right. These kind of people are all about power. If you look at how he started off, apart from a bit of burgling, he was a really abusive wife beater, 3 different wives, abductor, rapist. These are, of course, offences of power. And then we now know, convicted of 3 quite separate murders of young women. And, of course, for him, it was about his power. And there are many like him still in prison who are retaining that power, who are suspected of other offences against women. Levi Bellafield, you'll remember, who murdered Millie Dowler and the women in the Richmond area with a hammer. Robert Black, the van driver, who used to abduct little girls around Scotland and Coldstream in England. Fred West, of course, died with his secrets with him. Of course, now we've got John Canaan, who's in prison for the murder of Shirley Banks down in Bristol, an estate agent, who is still the prime suspect for the Susie Lamplugh murder, which incidentally I was the deputy senior investigator on, and the list goes on. I mean, frankly, Wayne Couzens, who is the ex-policeman convicted of the brutal abduction murder, if he had not been caught so quickly by the Metropolitan Police Murder Squad, he could probably have gone on with that type of career. Sadly, these monsters live amongst us. What are the answers? Well, I think probably a greater application of the use of intelligence for people who are involved in domestic abuse against women and indecent assault, making sure they go on the sex offenders register. Unfortunately, last year, this current government voted down an amendment that would cause anyone who beats wives to be added to that register. The reason behind it, of course, is this kind of power type stuff over women is a real precursor indicator to this kind of violent psychopathic behaviour.
Yes, and they often say, don't they, that, as you were explaining, they follow a pattern, the behaviour builds. It can even start with cruelty to animals, can't it? And this psychopathy comes out and gets worse and worse. Do you know how Peter Tobin was eventually caught?
Yes, the way he was caught, he was working as a supposed part-time jobber in a church up in Scotland, where a young woman was, a young Polish girl, was reported as missing. Police started to do a bit of an investigation.
Oh, what a
apologies.
shame. What a shame. The signal seems to have gone. Yeah.
Bit of a dodgy internet connection. Yeah. Well, I mean, what is interesting, I think, with this particular case is he was convicted of that murder, but then they started looking at where he lived and where that connected to other people who'd gone missing, and started digging up the guns. Obviously, people had moved into the houses since, have been there for years and years and years, and the police suddenly turned up and started digging up the garden and found 2 more bodies.
And that's just the start of it as well, isn't it? Because they now think, is it up to
48?
48 other deaths may well be murders committed by him.
I mean, this is what it gets difficult, in that is apparently what he boasted inside, that he'd done 48. However, legally, officially, he denied all connections to any of these crimes. So he maintained his innocence officially, but apparently was boasting that he'd killed 48 young women.
Yeah, and there's an interview, I think, is it in the Mirror today? Yes, I think it's the front page of the Mirror.
Oh, the front page of the Mirror with his ex-wife.
Yes, with his ex-wife. We heard there that he'd had 3 wives, but his ex-wife is saying, I'm glad he's dead, and you can understand her feelings there, can't you?
Well, and honestly, I mean, Kathy Wilson is 52, he was 70-something, wasn't he? So quite a lot younger than him, and she met him when she was 16. Now, you begin to... I mean, she's probably lucky to be alive.
Well, I was just thinking she must have thought that for years, mustn't she? That why wasn't she a victim?
Or that type of victim.
Exactly, a murder victim. Anyway, we clearly can't get that line back, which is a shame there, because that was absolutely fascinating. You always worry and wonder how the police cope with things like this.
You do. And although he has taken secrets to the grave with him, as we keep saying, I don't think that should be the sort of a total sense of despair for those families who've still got ones missing, who feel he may have been the perpetrator, because he was never going to say, and in fact, hopefully the work will continue around those. I know there'll be cold cases now.
Yes, but they may be able to prove something forensically.
So, good riddance to him.
Yes, actually.
Frankly. Anyway, look, don't go anywhere, because we're going to change from that, which is very grim and gloomy, of course, to something a little bit lighter. We're going to show you and introduce you to an artist, but not just any old artist. He creates bits of art that are so small...
You can't see them.
Yeah, you need a microscope.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
It's 9:30. Good morning. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. If you're listening on the radio this morning, this is definitely something that you are going to have to get on the app or get on YouTube and click back to 9:30 and have a look at on the screen.
We'll try and describe it as well as we can to you, but really you have to see it to believe it. They say that art is in the eye of the beholder, but you might struggle to actually see the works of Willard Wigan, who is the creator of some of the world's smallest handmade sculptures. He's even won a Guinness World Record for them, and he's joined us in the studio, and it's lovely to meet you.
Can I just correct? The smallest, not some of.
Smallest.
Oh, the smallest
in history.
Oh, right, OK. The smallest in history.
Now, you've done a special piece of work for the guide dogs. Right. Now, to put this into perspective for people, this is it's a sculpture of a guide dog which sits inside the eye of a needle.
Correct.
And people may think, well, how can it... I don't know if have we got some pictures of that we can show you? Because people say, well, how can it have any detail to it at all? Let's have that picture now. Let's have a look at that picture, then people can...
Yeah. So that is the eye of a needle, an ordinary, quite small sewing needle.
And look at the detail on it.
And there's a little dog What's he made of, Will?
He's made from a broken piece of dinner plate. I chipped it off. I got a tiny little diamond, pushed it into the end of a syringe. So what I did, I got a little anvil, put a little bit of diamond on there, hit it with a little lump hammer, and then took the little sliver of diamond out, pushed it into the end of this hypodermic needle. And I used my pulse as a little jackhammer to chip away and carve.
Use your pulse?
My pulse as a jackhammer. Because sometimes I work between my heartbeats. Because to work on this level, you get these molecular forces that disturb you, so you have to work between your heartbeat. Then I painted it with an eyelash. I got one eyelash out and I painted it. Very painstaking work.
How long does it take to do something like that?
To do something like this, anything up to 2 months or a month or so or longer. It depends. 16 hours a day. This one was
16 hours a day?
16 hours a day, yeah. As you can see, I got bags under my eyes.
I was going to say, how's your eyesight?
Yeah.
You've brought in a microscope, and I imagine when you're doing that, you have to work under a microscope, don't you?
The microscope.
You have to be holding your sculpting work under the microscope. Now, we've got it's a little tiny needle, right? And it's just under the microscope here, and I can see it with my eyes through the microscope there. But you must have to work like that, looking through a microscope and chipping away.
See, when I work, I use a much more powerful microscope, 600 to 1,000 times, 800 times, whatever.
Oh, I see.
And then once I'm working, I work at night to avoid any vibration of traffic. This particular piece is made especially for the Guide Dogs Fund appeal, because I wanted to raise as much money as I possibly can to help those,
Can I just show
with
that
sight
to the
loss.
camera? I don't know if we can get a shot of that. You have to tell me, Mr. Director, which camera to point it at. Right, there's two. Two's one of those ones that's... Oh, it's well over there.
Well over there.
Right, you can see that.
So it's just a
Inside that
needle.
box, there's a needle on a stand. Inside the eye of that needle, there's the little sculpture of the dog.
Let me just see if I can see it with my... You can see the tiniest bit of white speck there. You'd have no idea.
No, it's only when you put it under the microscope that we can see the incredible detail.
Astounding.
It's astounding. What a funny thing to do, though. I mean, why do art that's so small you have to use a microscope to see it?
Yeah, what's the appeal for you?
No, what it is. See, my artwork, right, it's like throwing a grain of sand into the sea. It creates a massive tidal wave of interest all over the world. A lot of celebrities have bought my work because they want something that nobody else has got. Now, with this guide dog here, I made this specially for Guide Dogs Appeal, because a needle is a tool and it's an eye.
Yes, it is. Oh,
and because
nice.
it's an eye, there are people who, people who need help, people with sight loss. And I thought to myself, well, what more to put something in? What would be better to put something in that you can't see? That will represent
sight
sight loss.
And loss of sight.
And so I want to generate as much money as possible.
I mean, what could this be worth? I mean, based on what you've done in the past, and presumably it's going to go up for auction or something, is it?
Yeah, I mean, it could, it could be anything up to 200,000 or more, because it's to help. It's for the Guide Dogs Fund appeal. I want to help.
Is that what they're going to do with it, auction it?
Yeah. I mean, it's if someone's interested in buying Daniel, that's his name.
Daniel the dog.
So I just want to show the world how big little things really are, and that's what my work does.
I cannot believe you managed to do that.
It's when you look at it. I mean, it's interesting when you see the pictures on screen of what looks like a guide dog. When you see it in real life, the detail on it is incredible. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah. And there was another picture we showed earlier of one of your other pieces, which is a little engagement ring.
Correct.
In a box, inside the eye of a needle again.
And it's got a real diamond inside.
And that's a real diamond?
A real diamond.
Wow.
Yeah. And diamond.
Yes, I'll have that. Thank you very much.
It may fit.
Yeah. So if you hung that as a work of art on your wall, you'd have to have a big.
Well, what it is, this is not the way it's
wouldn't
exhibited. It's a special bespoke microscope, specially built.
Oh right.
And then the owner or the exhibitor or whatever, then they can actually see through it. So this is just me showing you.
How many years have you been at this? I mean, because obviously this isn't something you just take up and are able to do. You must have worked for years.
What it is, Anne, I have a condition called autism, and I started school in 1962. Back then, it wasn't diagnosed. So if you couldn't read or write in the 60s, You know, I'm now 65. I used to hang out with Moses, that's how old I am. So back then, you know, if you couldn't read, they would use an example of failure.
Yes.
But yeah, they didn't know it because it wasn't diagnosed. And so I couldn't take school. I used to, you know, because of the traumatism that they gave me by telling the kids on the consequence of failure, so I ran away from school. And then what actually happened, whilst running away from school, I used to hide in the garden. We used to have a dog, and the dog dug a hole in the ground, you know, because I had a ball, bounced the ball, and it went over the next door neighbour's fence, and the dog tried to dig underneath the fence to get the ball, and then when he'd done that, he disturbed an ant's nest. So all these ants came out the ground, and I thought the ants were homeless. So I started making houses for ants and furniture for ants.
Oh, my goodness.
I found my dad's razor blade, blue Gillette razor blade. I started slicing up little bits of wood, and I built a whole village for ants. Then I got a leaf and twirled it up and then pulled out bits of my school uniform, which I didn't mind, and tied little knots and built and created a little palace for the Queen.
So you became fascinated with miniatures?
Yeah.
A miniaturist?
Because what actually happened then, my mother said something to me. She said, the smaller you make it, the bigger your name will become. So I went on this journey. One of the girls next door looked over the fence, and she went, oh, that's the bestest. And when I heard that word...
That was something you were good at.
Yeah, because it was like, yeah, that's right. Because autism, when you tell someone something with autism, they latch onto it. It was like being in a shower and all the droplets of water from the shower washed away all the negativity that was told about me at school. So I said, I'm going to become the greatest micro-artist. I never used the word micro-artist.
Well, you wouldn't know it.
I said, I'm going to become the bestest after I heard that word. So throughout my whole life, I became possessed in making this miniature artwork, micro-artwork. I don't get pleasure doing it because it's very painstaking. Working through the night, 16 hours a day.
You don't get pleasure from it?
No, only pleasure when I finish. It's impossible to actually enjoy it, but when you finish it, you see the reaction of other people.
Wow. Let's have a look. I think we've got some images of something else you've done as well. Oh, wow, look at that.
I made that one of Queen Elizabeth. I was
going to say, is it anyone in particular? It's the Queen.
That's a young queen back in the 50s. You see, the hard thing about that is making it look like them.
Yes.
And if you go close, you'll see she's got a smile.
And we've got a dinosaur and a man.
Yeah,
dinosaur. That's inside the eye. I can't get over this. That's inside the... What's that made from?
That dinosaur's made from a tiny little bit of nylon. And there's Katrina Johnson-Thompson. And I call this one the point of glory because it's a needle. And it's a point.
You do that?
And I knew she was going to win the gold medal, so I called it the point of glory.
Yes, no, it's lovely.
But how you create something as thin as a javelin, which then stands within the eye of a needle, I do not know. It's Joe, it's absolutely fascinating. They're incredible, mind-blowing things.
Look, I can say one thing to the listeners and viewers. No machine, I'll challenge any... This is not a bragging statement. Any nanotechnology machine will not be able to do this. Not be able to do it.
Why?
Because you have to have a special ability by hand to do it, because the machine can't manipulate and do what I do. They do nano stuff, but it's nothing like what I do. I made one of the Queen's carriage in 24-karat gold. Even put the goblins at the back and playing the horns and stuff. Not goblins, the cherubs. Everything. And windows, the whole lot. Yeah, made up of 200 pieces of gold.
And how long does it take you to make something like that?
A month to 2 months. I work all through the night. I work hardly any sleep. Sometimes I work until I hear the birds singing.
Yeah.
And I don't even know time's passing. But I do it because I feel as though that's all I can do, even though it's not. It's like I have to sort of...
well, it's a skill and a talent that most people can't even begin to comprehend.
I'll tell you what it is, Steph, right? It's like this. When I work, I always say to myself, I'm performing an operation on somebody and I have to save their life.
Yeah.
So I get this possession. I feel as though I have to... And when I finish, I still tell myself it's not good enough. It's not good enough. So I get better and better and better. And because of the past, what happened to me, I was humiliated by the school system. I didn't get bitter, I got better.
Yeah.
See what I mean?
Absolutely.
So like any surgeon, when it comes to stability, dexterity of hand, I know I have the steadiest hands in the world because I've trained myself. I train myself all the time. When people are out partying, I'm there working away and I just keep going. Sometimes, I sort of find myself drained. One time I was working away and I heard a thud and I opened my eyes and I looked and I saw carpet. And I realised...
You'd fallen over?
Yeah, I'd slowed my system down that much. I passed out. And I thought, how long have they been putting carpet on the walls? But that was on the floor. You see, so that's what happens. I've just trained my whole
To be honest,
body.
that's part of your sort of autistic personality, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's almost becoming obsessed with something.
That's what it is.
And working at it until you've got it dead right.
That's what it is.
And you're not always incredibly satisfied with the fact that you got it so well.
Yeah, what made me decide to go even further, I put a motorbike inside a human hair and a baby inside a human hair.
Oh, no!
Yeah, which is smaller than anything anyone has ever done, any handmade, by hand. I made this baby, this baby, and I called it the beginning, because everything in life starts small. We all come from a molecular level, and my inspiration is underestimation. Humanity has a habit of underestimating. You know what I mean? They think, oh, it's unable, less able, disabled, man, woman.
Incredible.
You know, or whatever. They always seem to sort of don't understand what they say less of ability can do. And my mum used to say to me, the diamonds in the dustbin. Then when I heard that word, I realised what she meant, because the best comes from where you least expect.
Do you know what, Willow? We've got to leave it there because we're out of time. But it's just amazing to meet you,
what you've done.
and amazing
Absolutely
to see
is.
you.
Thank you so much for bringing those pictures in as well. It's just wonderful to see.
Yeah, you can always go to Guide Dogs Fund Appeal.
Yes,
or
absolutely.
If anyone's interested in making a donation.
Yeah, no, I'm sure that's going to go like.
Thank you.
Wouldn't believe, I would imagine. Really good to see you. Thank you very much
I tell you what,
indeed.
follow that, but we will try anyway.
We'll try. Wow, from something tiny small to something quite big, though only half as big as something else, because it's the Manchester Half Marathon. It's back this year with a new race route, which is going to see runners take on the city centre for the first time ever.
With over 15,000 runners taking on the 13.1-mile challenge. The starting point will be on Chester Road near Trafford Bar tram stop, with the finish line on Talbot Road.
Oh, well, let's head to our North West of England reporter, Sophie Reaper, who's at the start line for us this morning. It's going to be quite a day, Sophie.
And our last wave moving their way into position just behind
Yes, good morning to you both. Well, we're about to see one of the waves this morning head off in about a minute's time. You can probably hear the announcer just behind me. We've seen so far the wheelchair athletes went off first, then we headed into the elite athletes, and then so far we've been going on with further waves. So the pink wave will head off any second now, so it will be quite loud, I'm afraid. We'll hear the gun, and then the athletes will come past us here. They'll head into the city centre. So that's, as you said, that's the first time they will be heading into the city centre. They'll head up to the iconic Beetham Tower, and then they'll do almost a U-turn, and they'll head once again past us. We can see some of the athletes coming past us. Now, this morning, we've really seen people getting into the spirit of things. We've seen, this is their Heroes event, so we've seen lots of people dressed up as superheroes. We've also seen, I think, we've seen a Scooby-Doo, we've seen an Elmo, and in fact a minute ago I saw a man dressed as a pint, so that's quite unique and quite difficult, I would imagine, to be running. Here we go, that's the pink wave just started, so we'll see the athletes now coming just past us. Hopefully some of them will give us a wave. Morning, guys.
Let's see those hands as you cross that line. Beautiful. Georgina and Simon, good luck, guys. Good luck to Carmen.
So a lot of these people will be running for charities. We can see them in their vests. So we can see, I think, for example, we can see someone running here for Sands, someone running for Bolton Hospice. Yeah, we can see other people. I've seen someone from Macmillan for cancer research there, Epilepsy Action. Lots of people running, of course, to raise money for causes that are of importance to them. Now, Manchester is famous for being quite a flat course, not many hills on this course whatsoever, so lots of people will be hoping to run personal bests today, and we'll be heading to the finish line very shortly to try and speak to some of those people who will hopefully have run some very good times.
So, Sophie, thank you very much indeed. Great to get stuck in there.
It is.
Lovely
It's
stuff.
exciting watching the marathon take off, isn't
it? It is. Great job
Brilliant.
there, actually.
Yeah, good luck to everyone. Hope you raise a fortune.
Now, it's Conker season. Don't you just know it? Thousands of Conker fans are due to descend upon Northamptonshire today to be part of the world's top Conker tournament.
Competitors, as that flies come back, competitors and spectators from far and wide, including overseas, are expected to take over the scenic village of Southwick today for the 54th World Conker Championships.
Well, joining us live in the studio is Junior 2019 World Conker champion Leon Brown and his dad, Tom. Good to see you both this morning. Also in the studio, we should point out, is our very own Aidan McGee and Stephanie Tetchy, as always, as you would imagine. Leon, well, congratulations. Show us the medal, because it's a wacky great medal you got from 2019.
Right there.
So what makes a good Conker?
Don't really know. Just
big,
good
tough.
It's
Good luck.
Big, tough shell, really.
Yeah. I mean, I have to say this one, because me and Aidan are going to have a bit of a go in a minute. This is heavy. It's solid. It's a really decent Conker, that.
Oh, yes, it is.
Do you have to do a lot of collecting?
Well, there's a lot on the floor that I just pick up, and there's a lot of...
And then you know when you found a good one, do you?
Yeah, we picked some of the best ones that was collected the other day, So.
It's interesting because when I was at school, I did play Conkers in the playground, but I had a cheese cutter, which you might be familiar with. So that's a flat-sided
Conker, which is a bit sharper, and it cuts
yeah.
through the opponent,
Yeah.
but it's not quite as strong as the ones you're exhibiting there, and it left you vulnerable to the counter-attack. And then the solution from there is to possibly cheat a little bit.
See, he's analysing it like it's
No, I haven't analysed it. I used to do this. This is based on bitter experience of losing matches.
I want to know, how do you actually play Conkers when you're actually competing? I mean, you've got them on the end of a string, and you just try and smash the other guy's Conker.
Yeah, that's the aim of the game.
Yeah. So, but you're clearly incredibly good at it. So, is there a secret?
Start already.
Well, really, you just got to get your aim right.
Yeah. And do you? We're seeing it.
Go on, we'll have a go.
He clearly feels he knows what he's doing.
Oh,
yeah.
See?
That sounds so painful.
Have I cheated there?
Do you take it in turns then, one to hit the other?
I think you get 3 goes each.
So I might move it.
Just 3?
3.
Well, how do you work out who's the winner then if it hasn't...
Oh,
Go on,
it takes some turns, so if you have 3 goes...
Oh, you have 3 goes at a time?
Yeah.
Sit still.
Oh, you missed. Go on, get another.
No, I've got another go. Hang on.
Because... Oh,
sorry, Stephen.
Yeah,
that's all right.
If you could give us a running commentary, what are they doing wrong or right, do you think? Is Aidan any good, actually? Oh, that was...
I hit my knee.
Oh, that was good. Good, serves you right. Now, see, what about the little... Because we usually... that soak them in vinegar and all that, but is that classed as cheating?
Yes,
what about covering them in nail varnish?
Well, there's the competition supplies the Conkers. So.
Oh, do they?
Oh, okay.
So you can't
bring your own.
You can't lead weight your Conker.
No, unless you
anything
slip
like
a few
that.
bribes in, you can't really get anywhere.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, you must be very proud, Tom. Because
proud,
you know, getting your little boy conquering back in the day, and then he becomes world champion.
That's right. Yeah, he
that's
was
quite
7
something.
when he first started as well. Yeah.
How many people did you have to face in the competition?
Oh yeah.
I think it was a couple.
And are they all much the same age as you, or are they older?
Yeah, there's different age groups.
Yeah.
Depends on...
Oh,
that sounds nasty.
Yeah,
Can I
they
finish
sound
it?
good, yeah.
Oh. That was a cracker.
Any
I tell you what, this is...
You could be there a while.
Are you a computer gamer as well, or is this because...
Kind of, yeah.
But what's better then? Because everyone says, the young people need to get away from the screens. This sort of thing is just good old-fashioned fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite amusing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think...
Do you have to wear eye masks or anything like that nowadays with health and safety in mind? Because these things can spit and fly off.
I would recommend it, to be honest, but I don't think they did at the time.
Do you play this all year round? So, like, I know you told me there's a particular season
The
for
event
Conkers.
happens every year, but there are probably more different events. It goes on.
Do they play Conkers all over the world? Or is it just something uniquely, weirdly
I think it's
British?
a British thing, to be honest.
Yeah.
So have you heard of actually covering it in nail varnish to make it stronger? Or Ronseal?
I haven't, no.
Ronseal? Yeah, but they can't, because apparently the competition...
Yeah, but you can go to the toilet and put a little squidge or something on there, can't you?
Oh, no, you mustn't cheat.
You mustn't advocate cheating, no.
So are you...
We're not getting very far here,
Are you taking part this year, then?
We are planning to, yeah. We're going to... we need to drive to... I was in Northampton after we leave the studio, so...
Are you a Conqueror as well?
We played it last night, yeah. I mean, when I was younger, I did play it.
But you can't play competitively now. Is it all
I could
always
join
for
in,
younger
yeah.
people?
I could join in.
So older people play it too?
Any age, any sex. I mean, even guys from up to like 78 years old were involved. Yeah. I mean, that's the appeal of Conkers, that even young children to
elderly people with
the elderly can play, you know.
Can I just say, these are very robust, these Conkers. It strikes me that Stephen and I might be here all week trying to crack these.
We
What's
took
the
about
longest?
20 minutes at least.
Is there a longer?
Is
there a record for the longest match?
I'm not aware of it. I mean, they just
they might be here
they
today.
Just do like I think they did the amount of hits during the final because the Conkers didn't break.
Yeah. Do you want to go, I don't know who Stephanie's going to play. Stephanie has.
That was
scared.
I find it a little bit daunting.
3 hits there.
How do you protect your hands?
When the Conker comes back round, I mean, we was hitting our arms quite a lot last night.
We're going to wreck the set as well.
We are going to wreck the set, but never mind, get a new one.
In school, I think we were a bit rebels. We just used to throw Conkers at each other.
damage,
so
man.
I've always had a bit of a trauma against them.
Have you?
One.
Stephanie and I are going to leave it to you two.
Yes, I thought you might.
That's 2.
It's
come on.
So who's winning right now?
Well, nobody. No, Aidan is not.
He's landing more blows.
Yeah. Well, how does it? Is it until it?
Is it not boxing? Can you win on points?
Yeah, I think that's actually like I said a minute ago, that's how the final was decided. The amount of hits because it took quite a long time.
Winning.
Yeah. I mean, you need to have a good solid hit for it to cause any damage, you know.
I've seen them break in half though.
Yeah.
In my Conker days, yeah, definitely.
In your Conker days, when you were a young man.
When I had a cheese cutter, yeah.
It would,
I don't know. You say that women do play Conkers.
I think the.
But I'm a scaredy cat. I don't like hitting.
Same here.
Yeah, in the final, in the adult final on 2019, there was a lady and a man in the final. Yeah, any age, any sex.
Oh, that's a cracker.
You always have to have somebody from St John's Ambulance on
Oh, that's a cracker.
Yeah. Possibly.
Honestly, because you could get hurt, couldn't you?
I will tell you what, my wrists are going to be blue after all of this.
It looks like he's having lots of fun.
I think I can win this before the end of the hour.
It's determined.
Oh, he's a sportsman, isn't he? What do you think the fascination is with Conkers?
I just think it's it's something you can pick off the ground and you can play with very little equipment and very little money, you know. And
I saw them in August this year.
Sorry?
I saw them in August, early August.
Oh, right.
It's quite early. It's quite early, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fairly
They're lovely things as well. I don't know why, but it's the colour and the shininess.
I don't know what else use they are. You know, obviously there must be a seed, obviously, for the...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's horse chestnut, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Well, yeah. I suppose people eat them as well, don't they?
No, you can't eat horse chestnuts.
Apparently they're poisonous.
Yes, horse chestnuts are poisonous. Chestnuts.
Put them in my soup, couldn't I?
Yeah, no, not horse chestnuts.
Best just to hit them.
But they are lovely, and it's the fact that you can just wander around. We've got a beautiful, huge horse chestnut tree in our village, and it's lovely because they come out of the spiky cover, don't they? And there's a beautiful glistening thing inside.
Can you tell us anything about tactics?
Tactics? Like trying not to hit yourself with them.
Unless you're using nail polish, I don't think there's really any tactic of it.
Right, yeah, I tried that, it wasn't successful.
No. Obviously, because the event, they supply the Conkers, so,
Is it still as popular at school as it was back in my day?
I don't think half of the students in my school really know.
Do you know, I bet you there's a health and safety thing in a lot of schools about Conkers.
Yeah.
And just that, the attention span now. So.
Honestly, the trouble is, and do you do this? Because when I miss, I'm just hitting myself on the wrist. Are you covered in bruises by the end of the competition?
Not too bad. Well, we did last night, and there was a few red marks around the arms.
Oh, yeah, you've got a few.
Yeah,
I can see that.
Have you got brothers or sisters, and what does your mum think? I mean, do they think you're balmy?
A little bit. I mean, he was wearing a Minion outfit when he won the final.
Wearing a what outfit?
A Minion.
Oh, were you?
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't fit him anymore, unfortunately.
Well, you are crackers.
Yeah, he is.
But you're a hero as well.
Actually,
Nice. Keep that. We'll make sure that's an outfit of pride. Leon, what would be your advice for anyone who is young as you right now watching and wants to be a Conkers champion one day?
Don't watch Aidan and Stephen doing it.
That's for sure.
Just go and join in.
Yeah.
Give it a go.
Get stuck in, give it a go. It's a little bit of fun. Well, look, it's really good to see you both this morning.
I was looking forward to saying...
Thank you very, very much indeed.
I was looking forward to saying I saw a Conkered.
They must have heard that one.
Well, I'm certainly I'm about 30 years with practice. I need to improve myself. You're younger than me, you've done better. Look, thank you, everyone. Thank you very much indeed.
So much.
Thanks for being here this morning.
Yeah, and that's it from us today.
It is, that it's... but Portillo's up in just a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere. Let's have a look at the weather for you. In the UK, it's mainly dry for England and Wales, wet and windy for Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Well, the southwest will be dry throughout today, although skies will become increasingly hazy as the day progresses. It'll be increasingly breezy too, with highs around 15 to 17.
Best of the sunshine today found across southeast England and East Anglia. Highs of about 19 Celsius, but they will be tempered somewhat by that breeze.
After a bright start across Wales, it'll turn increasingly cloudy, but remaining dry until around dusk. Winds will be strengthening, with highs of 17.
Now, the Midlands today, pretty dry until after dark. Best of the sunshine during the first half of the day. Those southwesterly winds will pick up, with highs reaching the mid-teens.
Northern England will start the day dry and bright, but rain will begin to push in from the northwest throughout the afternoon. Highs will reach about 14, but will feel cool in the wind.
Now, it's going to be rather wet and windy for Scotland. Gales possible in the north this morning. Skies likely to brighten in the west later. Top temperatures of about 14 Celsius.
The wet and windy weather will also dominate in Northern Ireland for much of the day, but drier and brighter weather will likely return late on in the afternoon.
So that band of rain continuing to move south as we head into the evening, with blustery showers following. And that's how your weather's looking today.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB News Day with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria Di Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB News Day and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online